special session agenda
dated July 28,
July 28th,
2010.
2001.
2010.
I'm sorry, 2010.
But on that motion then, without any objection, so ordered. I'm going to ask if Senator Eddie Calvo, you can lead us in the prayer.
Dear God, Father in heaven, we first would like to thank you for all the blessings that you've bestowed upon our people, the people of Guam. We ask you in this session today to give guidance to your Holy Spirit, that in the deliberations and the discussions and dialogues, that in the decisions that we make will be for the best interest for our students of JFK and those of all the people of Guam. In this we pray through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Can I ask Senator Palacios if he can lead us in the Inifresi?
Inifresi. Gini ni mastat kilo gihinasokku, i mastat kalum gi corazonhu. Jadi mas figo na ninasinyahu, u fresin maisajo para baihu protehi dan u defendi i hinengi, i kultura, i linguahi, i aire, i hanum, dan i tanut samoru, ni irin syakku diretso gini na Diyos tata. Esti uwa fidma gihilu i Biblia dan i banderahu, i banderan guahan.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Can I ask Senator Frank Blas if you can lead us in the Guam hymn and Senator Tenorio in the national anthem?
Panogi tamoru purita nota kantai matunana gitoru ilugar harai honra harai gloria abiba isla sen para harai honra harai gloria abiba isla sen para toru i tempo i paz para hita dan gini langit na bendición contra peligro na fansafulham Deus protege Island Guam contra peligro na fansafulham Deus protege Island Guam.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the clerk if you can please take roll.
Senator Tom Ida. Here. Senator Tony Ida. Senator Hagen. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Gutherts. Senator Munoz Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Present.
Madam Speaker, wish to report there is a quorum.
Thank you very much, Senator Gutherts.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to request the excuse of our 4 senators who are not here today. They are off island.
On that motion, then, without any objections, so ordered. Senator Gutherts, you're recognized for a call for approval of the Legislative Journal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a message from the Magahalahi
Oh,
Guahan.
no, beforehand,
Yes.
a motion then to call for the approval of the Legislative
Oh.
Journal
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that we approve the Legislative Journal
for,
6/15 to the 16th.
okay, on that motion then, without any objections, so ordered. Communications and petitions,
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a message from the
so
governor.
there are no communications.
There's no
and petitions.
communications and there are
But
no
there-
petitions at this time.
Okay, but there are messages.
Yes, there are messages. We have a message from the governor, Madam Speaker, calling the legislature into special session, and I'd like to move to append the message to today's daily journal.
Without any objections, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, with respect to standing committees, there are no reports from standing committees at this time. And Madam Speaker, with respect to reports of select committees, there are no reports of select committees at this time.
Senator Tenorio?
Madam Speaker, request, is the message from the governor related to today's special session?
She has appended it to our
Yes.
journal, so you should be able to get a copy of it.
I'd like to request that we read it to the record.
Okay. Can we get a copy? Okay, one moment then. So then the motion then is to read then the message from the governor. And Senator Winnie Barnes, as our legislative secretary, then can I ask you to be able to read that? Well, there are no objections to that, understand? Okay, so ordered. Senator Barnes, then, can you please read?
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, if I may, I just, before I read the communication on item number 7, just to make sure that that technical correction on the date is corrected from 09 to 10.
Oh, to 2010, yeah, 2010 on that motion without an objection, so ordered.
Thank you. It says, the Honorable Judith T. Wampat, EDD, Speaker, Emina Trenton, and Legislature in Guam. Dear Speaker Wampat, pursuant to subsection 1423H of the Organic Act of Guam, I hereby call a special session of the Emina Trenton and Legislature in Guam for Wednesday, July 28th at 10 o'clock a.m. for the purpose of considering the attached legislation and act to repeal and reenact subsection 58A105 of Title V GCA. Nearly 2 years ago, the Camacho Cruz administration and the legislature made a commitment. We pledged to rebuild JFK on its existing site, to find the JFK community a temporary home until we could get it done, and to return the islanders to their original campus as soon as possible. Together, we allowed the lease of a temporary campus. Together, we identified a funding source to rebuild JFK without exceeding our debt ceiling, and together we worked with DOE to issue a request for proposal that would meet the needs of our teachers and students. Hours before JFK's rebuild money could be raised on the bond market, a protest was filed. A stay was ordered, and all progress on the JFK rebuild came to a stop. Now, after countless months of protests filed by a bidder who was not selected, 2 failed procurement challenges to the Department of Public Works, 2 failed procurement challenges to the former Attorney General, 2 failed procurement challenges to the Office of the Public Accountability, and a failed lawsuit to the Superior Court of Guam. The procurement record regarding this project has been upheld, and yet JFK remains unbuilt, and the process created to protect our people has caused continual delay and the possibility of an outright denial. Today, on the recommendation of bond counsel as well as the Attorney General, I am transmitting herewith legislation that will statutorily prevent additional procurement protests to the validity of the rebuilt JFK agreement. After nearly 3 weeks of consultation with bond counsel and the Attorney General, I am compelled to believe that this legislation remains the only plausible alternative to build JFK under the existing RFP or procurement authority provided by law. Without passage of this measure, bond counsel has advised me that he will not be able to issue an unqualified opinion. As a consequence, financing the JFK rebuild project through the certificate of participation bonds authorized by our laws will be feasibly implausible. This will mean 2 things. First, new legislation to fund JFK must be introduced and signed into law. Second, when added to the 2 years in lease payments we have already paid for a temporary JFK campus, additional delays will cost our taxpayers even more money. Absent the issuance of an unqualified opinion needed by bond counsel and the financing which would follow it, this government will be forced to throw out the existing JFK RFP and begin again. Instead, I am of the opinion that the Attorney General, bond counsel to the government of Guam, our office, and the members of the legislature can come together, recognize the extraordinary challenges we now face, and make this measure work. 2 years ago, the act that authorized the procurement requirements to rebuild JFK espoused the immediate need to rebuild JFK. Thereafter, requests to expedite procurement proceedings were advocated. The government is now in a juncture where it cannot proceed under the current law without the proposed amendment. Consistent with the actions of the Legislature in Guam and the immediate need to rebuild JFK, it is in the public's interest that this legislation be considered in special session. Now is the time for choosing, and I'm asking the Legislature in Guam to give this government the tools we need to break soil on JFK. Sincero Zen Magahet, Imagalahin Guahan, Governor of Guam, Felix P. Camacho, and then the proposed legislation was attached.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. And all members should have a copy on your desk with the bill as filed. So I recognize again now the Majority Leader, Senator Guthertz, then on the motion for the introduction and first reading of bills and resolutions.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 1, 5-S, be given its first reading.
On that motion, without any objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I would also move, as I've done earlier, we've already done that, to excuse the senators that are not here today.
Yes.
And there was no objections to that.
No objections to that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to place Bill number 1, 5-S on the second reading file.
Without any objections then, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to skip items XIV, legislative concurrence, and item XV, consent calendar, and proceed to the second reading file.
Without any objections, so ordered.
Yes. We just did it.
We did.
Yeah. Madam,
We don't entertain that.
we don't have to do
Not
that.
on special session.
Yeah, not in a special session. Madam Speaker, I move to
It's one
place Bill
subject.
number 1, 5-S on the third reading file with discussion and further move to resolve into a committee of the whole.
Do you understand that the motion? Yes. And there being no objections? So ordered. Okay, so we're going to recess to be able to set up, and I'm going to ask Senator Ada, as a member of the Economic Committee, to chair and preside over the Committee of the Whole. And we're going to ask Sergeant at Arms that the individuals who we're going to call in, that they all be sworn in. So we are on recess.
Following parameters will be followed. Each member will be given 5 minutes. After the first round, we will then proceed to the second round and succeeding rounds as necessary. We will call in the witnesses, and they will all be sworn in. But in order to kind of unfold this hearing, after the witnesses have been sworn in, I will ask the DPW director to remain, and we will send all the other witnesses back out. And the way we want to unfold this is that we will then have the deputy director here to explain the evolution of the process from the enactment of the law, which mandated the construction of JFK High School, to where we are today. What processes have taken place to give us a better understanding of why we are here today, 2 years later. I will then call in the OPA, the public auditor, and the Attorney General to opine on the merits of the Gov Guam procurement law. That may help then this body to decide whether the repeal and the reenactment of Section 58A 105 of Chapter 58A of Title 5, which is the bill itself, whether that repeal and reenactment is warranted. And so from their testimony and your questions of them, hopefully that would help to the body to decide. And then finally, the third set of witnesses that will be called in will be the bond counsel, Mr. Stan Dirks, and the Guam Economic Development Authority to discuss then the issues related to the financing of the construction work. So that will be the parameters that, as the committee chair, I would like to, acting committee chair, I would like to follow in this proceeding. So with that, I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to bring in the witnesses, DPW Director, OPA, AG, personnel from GETCA, and we will have them sworn in. Just the director. We just take a brief recess. Thank you. I would now ask the Director of DPW to remain, and we will excuse everyone until we are done with him. So with us this morning now is the Director of DPW, Mr. Andrew Leon Guerrero, and he will start off the discussions by basically explaining the evolution of the process since the enactment of the law mandating construction of JFK and bringing us up to where we are today. So, Mr. Leonguerro, please go ahead for the record, identify yourself, and please briefly explain to the body the evolution.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Andrew Leon Guerrero, and I'm the Director of the Department of Public Works. And I'm here today to kind of give you an idea of where this RFP began and where it is today. At about June 9th of 2008, the Health and can you hear me? Yeah, the Health and Safety Task Force had closed JFK down. Immediately thereafter, the 30th Guam Legislature passed Public Law 29114 to rebuild the new JFK at its present location. The funds that were to be utilized were Section 30 funds, up to $9.8 million. On November 21st, DPW issued out the RFP. 3 proposers came to the table and made proposals for the RFP. After that, they were evaluated by an evaluation committee that was selected by myself, that comprised of 7 members. After presentations by the 3 firms or proposers, they were then ranked in the orders of 1, 2, and 3. After they were ranked, DPW contacted them and notified them of their rankings. After that, then the first ranked proposer was issued a statement that we were going to go ahead and we were going to negotiate with them, and that they would be the firm that would build the new JFK. Once negotiations were taking place, which met all the components of the RFP, from the demolished design, build, lease back, and maintenance of the RFP, all those components were negotiated by the DPW team, the evaluators, and the GITA. Once that was determined, IBC, which was the first ranked proposer, was to go to the market and sell certificates of participation. While in New York, to sell the certificates of participation, a protest was then submitted by the GCIF group. We came back. The then director, Larry Paris, received the protest, in collaboration with the Attorney General's office, sent out a notice that the protest had no merits. Once that was issued to GCIF, they then appealed to the OPA. As this was going on, the second proposer, the GEFF group, then protested. Again, they protested with the then director, Larry Paris, and through the collaboration with the AG's office, submitted that their protest also had no merits. And then they also appealed and went to the OPA. As the OPA was hearing the GCIF's appeal, they came up with the conclusion that they too ruled in favor of the RFP and that there were no merits with their protest. The same action had taken place with the GEFF group, and again the OPA ruled in favor of the RFP. Right after that, the GCIF group took it to the lower courts and appealed there. The lower courts did not hear the case, and then an appeal after that was pending from the GCIF group. Apparently, they made mention that they would not appeal the decision of the lower court, hence giving the RFP the opportunity to go to market and look for the certificates of participation. But apparently what that caused was an intimidation on the investors to come to the market so that it could buy these certificates of participation. Now this is being said because Sam Dirks, the bond counsel, who has to give his unqualified opinion to these investors in order for them to invest in these certificate of participations, is mandatory.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. The the director, I mean, I appreciate what he's telling us, but I think we will get to that point where we would actually hear from the OPA and bond counsel rather than, Mr. Director there
Okay,
providing
so noted.
the information. So I'd like for him just to stick on the procurement process, because we want to know exactly how this all happened, the different steps that were taken to assure the members here that the steps taken are in fact correct, and that there is any violations of the procurement law. That's exactly what we would like to know.
Okay. So we will reserve discussion regarding the process of obtaining financing from the bond market for the later witnesses to be called in. We will just now focus our discussions on the process of the RFP and the selection of the bidder. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that process?
Well, I can add that when the advertisement went out for the RFP, the 3 proposers came to the table. 7 evaluators were selected by the DPW. They met with all 3 proposers. They were evaluated for the different components of the RFP. They were scored and then ranked, and that's how we determined the first ranking proposer, the second, and the third.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions from the floor, starting with the speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just really have one question, and you've provided the process, and we've sworn you in. And what I would like to know from you then, in your position, and I realize you were not the director at the time, but I understand that you were deeply involved in this process. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
And so, and you are familiar with the procurement law?
Yes, I am.
And all the steps that DPW had taken are within the procurement law, and you're testifying to that fact then, that you've not violated the law at all. Didn't skim anywhere else, you didn't miss, anything, that it was truly to the letter of the law.
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Tenorio.
Thank you very much, Annie. Appreciate you being here this morning, and good morning to my colleagues as well. The first question I have is on the composition of the evaluation committee, the 7 members. Is this public information on who they are?
Right now, everything within the RFP is proprietary, so until an award has been issued, then everything remains that way.
Sure, proprietary meaning that it's sealed, it's not available?
That is correct, Senator.
Including the members who evaluated the criteria?
Everything that deals with the procurement, with the RFP.
Okay, so the criteria on which the scoring was determined, that also is under seal?
That is correct.
Is the negotiation completed?
At one point, when the IBC had gone to market to sell the certificates of participation, it had been completed, but now to this point, we have to go back and we have to recrunch the numbers and then come up with a new number.
That number, as a result of the time, can we realistically say that is increased because of inflation or any other factors?
No, as a matter of fact, Senator, it had decreased.
Decreased. Okay. So the negotiations then are still ongoing at this point because of the delay?
That is correct. The numbers have changed.
And again, that's downward, not upwards.
That is correct, Senator.
Is that because of the interest rate in the bond market now versus what it was at the time?
There are other factors involved, but that may possibly be one of the reasons, but there are other factors involved.
And who is overseeing the final negotiations with respect to the awardee? Is it yourself?
Yes, it is. We are, DPW is the procurement officer I am the procurement officer for the RFP.
Okay, so at this point, all of the factors dealing with the satisfactory fulfillment of the RFP, whether it be the lease back, the financing, the construction, the timelines, everything is under the purview of yourself and the prospective awardee, which is International Bridge, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Taitigui and then Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Andy.
Good
How
morning.
are you? You know, when reading the OPA's report, there was something in there that was quite confusing, and it said that the OPA held that DPW should complete a written and extensive analysis onto why there was an increase in $19 million. Can you explain that, please?
I cannot explain in detail because, once again, Senator, that's proprietary information. I just can't. I'm sorry.
Can you explain why?
But I
you
can
cannot
say this, that when the OPA had completed her assessment of the RFP, she was satisfied with the reply from the DPW of the said increase.
But for her to question you as to why there was a $19 million increase, were you able to, I guess, if this has to be confidential, considering the SIL and things like that, were you able to give her this explanation and she was satisfied?
Yes. As a matter of fact, once we submitted our analysis, she replied that she was satisfied with our
Answer.
submittal to her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andy, are you able to provide us the names of the three bidders?
Yes, I did.
We have them?
Yes, the three proposers are the GCIF, the IBC, and the GEFF group.
GEFF?
That's correct, Senator.
Do you know, well, apparently these are all acronyms.
Yes. IBC stands for International Business
Corporation.
I'm kind of tongue-tied right now. International.
Bridge?
I'm just so nervous. International Bridge Corporation.
Okay. GCIF, do you know what that one?
Guam Community Investment Facility Incorporated, I think is what it is.
Okay, what's GEFF?
Guam Educational Facility Foundation.
Okay. Then you also mentioned that there was, I guess, an RFP review committee.
Yes, we had selected 7 evaluators.
Okay, what's the composite of the 7?
Out of the 7 evaluators, 7 were engineers from DPW. 4 were from the GPSS community, and 1 was from the GIDA group.
Can you repeat that?
Say that again, because you said that first
Yeah,
there were 7.
Two were from DPW, 2 engineers.
Okay, two engineers.
Yeah. 4 were from the Department of Education, that makes 6, and 1 from GIDA, that would have made the 7th evaluator.
And 1 from GIDA. Do any of these individuals have finance backgrounds?
The one from GIDA did. She is actually from GIDA, so she works under the financing section. One member from the Department of Education also had financing experience.
Did you head this review committee? Who was the head of this review committee?
I was.
You were. In your opinion, were these members, were they able to basically cross the T's and dot the I's with regards to the review?
That is correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Senator Guthertz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues. You know, in looking at this project and everything that's happened to date, I think the people of Guam have a right to know why the price for this project has escalated.
I'm sorry, Senator?
Why the price for this project has escalated. We have a right to know. I cannot believe that you as Director of Public Works doesn't know why and can't explain to us why there's such a dramatic increase in cost for this project.
Senator, I do know why, but I just can't explain why, because the information is proprietary. Under procurement rules, those are kept proprietary until an award has been issued.
I'm concerned about the lack of proper vetting with respect to the proposed increase in price. Because the people of Guam will be underwriting the costs for a long time, one way or the other. And they need to know what they will be getting for this. I mean, here you have a body of senators that don't know. And I think that Senator Tello is absolutely correct in asking why. Now, generally, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I've always been a big supporter of public education. I've served on the Board of Education 3 times. And we all know how desperately we need the new school built. And this legislature has taken a very firm position from day one that the new JFK must be built on its original site. There's no question about that. That is law. That's public law. But the confusing part of this has been all the entanglements from day one. And I need to ask this director, since you seem to be now the point man for this, for the administration, and certainly for your department. Does this company have the financial capacity to meet the requirements to build this school?
Yes, it does, Senator.
It does. But that has been part of the delay, has it not?
Well, the only reason they are incapable of doing this right now is because bond counsel needs to give an unqualified opinion on the RFP. Before the protest, Senator, all the investors were lined up ready to invest in the certificate of participations until the protest had occurred.
But the protest has been over for quite a while. Why has it taken so long for your department to negotiate an agreement?
The agreement is not so much the problem, Senator. The problem is that bond counsel, again, needs to go to the market and give an unqualified opinion. Now, that unqualified opinion also comes with the fact that he needs to state that the RFP is sound. Knowing that there's a possibility of litigation looming over the RFP, he cannot make that or give that unqualified opinion, because investors will not come to the table knowing there's possible litigation ahead.
But Mr. Director, isn't that the case for every government contract, that there's always a possibility of a challenge?
That is correct, Senator.
And so there's no absolutes where you can be certain that someone or some group would not challenge something, whether it's this or any other potential contract that is awarded or a bidder that is selected. There's always that possibility.
That's correct, Senator. I think the difference maybe with this RFP is that the protests occurred prior to the award. What had happened was, when the Office of the Public Auditor had heard or had the protests from both the GEFF group and the GCIF group, that process, that exercise had already been completed. That would be the same exercise that would be followed had there been a post-award protest. So we've gone through the exercise. The OPA has opened up all the information regarding the RFP to include finances, to include everything. She looked it over and she ruled in favor of the RFP. And so did the Attorney General's office. They too looked over the RFP, looked through all the different components, and also ruled in favor of the RFP. So really, what we've done with this RFPs, we've gone backwards. Instead of being a little more responsible and maybe protesting after the award where all the information was available to them, it would have made more sense to do that. If that would have occurred when we first went to market, Stan Dirks would have given his unqualified opinion. The certificates of participation would have been sold. We would have come back. We would have awarded. Then they could have protested after that. But because the protest resulted prior to the award, investors are scared right now. They will not come to the market until that unqualified opinion has been given by bond counsel.
Senator, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'll save you for the next round.
Okay.
Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was reading these comments and I tend to agree, and this is from Berman, O'Connor, and Mann, the attorney at law. And it says here that as a result of the appeal process that's concluded by OPA, there have been some additional requirements imposed upon DPW. And if I may just read briefly, for example, the DPW must determine the source and uses of the entire $69,030,000 of the IBC certificate of participation and other things. And then the B is to conduct an analysis and cost comparison. Are you familiar with this,
Yes,
Director?
I am, Senator.
So I ask you then, have this been done?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the last portion was an analysis of the maintenance contract as opposed to the existing GEFF contract for the other schools that just had been recently built. We have submitted that to the OPA, and that is under review right now. It's the last piece of information that she needs to review on, and we're very confident that she will rule in favor of the DPW once again.
Okay, does the governor has knowledge of this? Of this work that you did, the analysis and the presentation?
We did brief him.
Then why did he come up with this bill? If the governor is confident with that, and you just said that the OPA would most likely rule in favor of DPW, then it would mean that that's a good work. Then I would think then that the governor should rely on that good work, and so that would not necessitate then this legislation. Because if the governor were confident that DPW has adequately complied with these requirements and that the IBC proposal is fair and cost-effective, then I ask you, and I ask myself, why does he seek this legislation?
Senator, here we are today, almost a little over a year from when the RSP was introduced. Here we are today, we don't even have a JFK built. The governor has full confidence in the RFP and the ability for DPW to carry out this RFP. The problem we're facing today is that it's not really the RFP itself, but really the fact that since protests had occurred and possible litigation with the protests loom over it, that the financiers are reluctant to come to the table, especially if bond counsel cannot give an unqualified opinion. The governor has full confidence in the RFP, but really the problem is not the RFP. The problem now is going to the market, selling the certificates of participation so that JFK can finally be built.
I would think that the bond council's conclusion is on economics. We're dealing with policies. And I would say then that even if this bill were to be passed and become law, now I tell you, it does not prevent protests. There's the court systems.
What it does,
so
Senator,
it does not cure.
Yeah, it does not.
What we're trying to cure.
It limits the remedies to it. It limits it, but it does not.
Exactly, but there's sufficient window for a judicial appeal, and I would think that that's what's going to happen once this bill is passed. There will be other investors and other, I guess, body out there that would in advance begin to prepare documents for filing with the court to challenge not just the bill, but to challenge any award, because the window then would be so short that you gotta immediately file for an injunction or a restraining order. I don't know what they might call that. And tell me that that cannot happen.
Sir, I think because that's a legal question, I'd like to refer that to the...
No,
to
but
the-
tell me, for example, you are an investor, you are a developer, and this bill goes through, and then you're not the favored developer. Would you agree then to just sit by the sideline and then take it because you cannot protest?
Well, you know, everyone has a right to protest.
Exactly, and so I just say, and one last comment is that even with this, if this bill were to pass, there is still the court systems that will immediately take action, and there'll be more delays, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, Senator, I would like to refer that to legal counsel. Maybe he
You
can
don't
answer
need
that
to,
better
I'm
than I
just
can.
saying it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andy, just for a little background, what was the basis for the protest for in front of DPW? I guess there were one group. I guess the first one you were saying was who was it? GCIF.
That's correct, sir.
Was the one who first filed the protest with DPW. What was the basis for the protest?
Um,
What was their argument?
Senator, could I go ahead and refer that to legal counsel?
Okay, well,
On that
I'll
question?
ask that later on then. Then when it comes down to procurement laws, you're saying that there's several answers that you cannot make, or several questions you cannot answer because of the procurement laws prevent you from revealing that information. Is that
That's correct, Senator.
But you did say that this was an unusual case in which the protest was filed before a contract was awarded. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
I mean, whereas typically what would happen is that a protest would be filed after an award of a contract.
It would be more responsible for a proposer to do that because then all the information that is within the RFP and that had been negotiated would be then made public. That would be the best opportunity for that proposer looking through all the, all the negotiated terms and evaluating them and coming up with a determination whether they're within legal parameters of the RFP. Then that proposer would have a better opportunity to make that protest.
And so you're saying that really to the first question, the basis of the protest, you would just like to leave that to legal counsel to handle this? Because I think this goes to the very essence, at least of my line of questioning. Does this not set new precedents? I mean, now it seems that if you protest before the award of the contract, we can conceivably come to the same situation over and over again as other projects are being let. Potentially.
Yeah, Senator, for me that's a matter of perception. If we were to pass this bill today,
okay,
right? Yes, it would definitely set precedents. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, but it depends on the perception. We at DPW, along with the Office of the Public Accountability, along with the Attorney General's office, have reviewed the RFP in detail, whereas the protesters were protesting on assumptions.
On assumptions of what the contract was going to award, of what the proposal was. So in other words, that's why you're saying it would have been more prudent for them to wait until the contract was awarded to protest anything that might be in the contract.
Exactly.
So they were not protesting the RFP process.
No, they were protesting the contents of the RFP.
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve comments or questions for legal counsel.
All right.
Thank you.
Are there any other, Senator Calvo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, this has been such a long process. My memory is a bit clouded on how this thing started out, and we forget there was never ever an award.
That's correct.
I'm going to have to, and I know you're not a lawyer, but obviously you've been intimate from this thing from the very beginning. So I'm going to repeat the question from the earlier senator. What was the and speaking in layman's language, but what was the reason for that first protest again?
Well, it had to do with the contents of the negotiated part of the RFP, the financing part.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know. I cannot go any further than
Yeah.
that as to speculate exactly what it was and get to you in detail or answer you in detail. I don't have that opportunity to do so, and I don't have the information to do so because I don't know what assumptions the protesting group had to go ahead and make the initial protest it made.
Senator, maybe in
Okay.
fairness to the director,
Yeah.
we should reserve those questions for the next set of witnesses, the OPA and the AG,
Okay.
who can then probably in a better position to
Thank-
discuss that.
Thank you, I agree, Mr. Chair. I still have one other
Yes,
question.
please.
So at the time and again, this is where my memory is kind of faded. Was there not, at the time, and this is where things get kind of cloudy, why would someone protest even before an award? There's a part of the members that already, even without an official public dissemination of an award, because of certain points, preferred points or whatever the grading was, that there was already this general word out, and whether it was through the coconut grapevine or whether it was public, and this is where I got to recount memory, that IBC had already was the most preferred vendor. Help my memory. And the reason why this is so important was there already knowledge for one reason or another, whether it was assumption or not, that one company already was the one that had the most points or was more preferred in regards to the decision?
That is correct, Senator. All three proposers were ranked. They were ranked by the 7 evaluators that were chosen by the Department of Public Works, but an award was never issued to the first ranking proposer. That award will come after the negotiations, after they go to market, and after it's determined exactly what financial status or maybe debt service would the government be entitled to, or whatever it would take to pay back the actual rebuild, financing, lease, and leaseback of the JFK. But an award was never issued to IBC. But
So-
they were ranked number 1. They were negotiated. The other two proposers were told to stand by if in case the negotiations with IBC fell through, then we would then move to the second ranked proposer and go through the same exercise and then up to the third.
Now, when that evaluation was made, and where there was the first, the second, and the third, was there discussions, again, whether formally or informally, between representatives representing the government in this contract for services, in enlightening both those that was number 1, number 2, and number 3 on their standing and why they were at that standing?
I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat it?
Were they given explanations? Obviously, there was evaluators. You mentioned evaluators. So even before the decision has been made officially, before the negotiations, and the negotiations, of course, would then be bilateral, the government with the number 1. Number 1, once the negotiation's through, okay, decision made. But obviously, everybody already knew who was 1, number 2, and number 3. Was it clear to number 1 why they were preferred, and number 2 and number 3 why they were not number 1, but why they were 2 or 3?
Yes, they were told that it was based on the evaluation and the scoring from the evaluators that were turned in after their presentations.
Was it detailed in nature?
No, it wasn't.
Did it say whether financial capability?
No, it didn't.
It was just a general statement.
That is correct, Senator.
Interesting. So the protest came as a result. Now they're talking about the financing end. it was focused on the financing end. Again, my memory. Was there an issue based on a misinterpretation of the financing? Help me with the financing element, just for reiteration. Since that is a key issue, what was the should I wait for Stan Dirks?
Yeah,
on that
Senator,
one?
your time's up.
Okay.
However, I think that the next panel will probably be in a much better position
All right.
also to.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you.
Senator.
Okay. Are there any other senators who would like to speak in this round? Senator Eda? Tony Eda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, Senator.
You know, you were mentioning that 4 members were from GPSS. You mentioned that one of them was from finance. What were the other 3 members? Do you
There
recall?
were 2 others, and that would be 2 engineers from DPW. That would make the 5 panel evaluating 2.
No, but from GPSS itself?
4.
Yeah, 1 from finance and
Yeah,
3 of them.
4, but they were all with GPSS, and 1 had finance expertise.
And the other 3 were?
The other 3 were part of the DOE population, whether they be faculty, staff, teachers, whatever it may be.
Who selects who selected the members?
I did, sir.
You did? Was there any criteria set out for them as to what you were looking for in the selection of these members?
Yes, the RFP had different components. Obviously, one was financing, which was 70%. The other one had engineering issues that needed to be addressed. That's why 2 engineers were selected from DPW. And the other components dealt with the actual JFK, the building, the grounds, that sort of thing. And we felt, or at least I felt at that time, that it would be prudent to get members from the JFK community to be evaluators.
I see. So all 7 members met your criteria for selection
Yes,
into
they
the
did.
selection committee? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, Senator Taitigui, we're on round 2 now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andy, when you mentioned how the process worked and once it's awarded to, you're chosen the preferred of the 3 and you're starting out, then the process next is to find the financing, right? Is what you mentioned?
That is where we're at with the RFP, correct.
Okay. And back then, when you first went after that, what was the climate like with regards to being able to get that financing with GETCA?
Oh, Senator, we were one day away from getting those certificates of participation.
Okay. And the interest rate at that time was pretty good, or was it, because if I'm not mistaken, back then, a year ago, we had GETCA in here telling us how hard it was to float any type of bond, back then. And now the seas have kind of calmed down in our situation. So I'm very curious as to your support in this with regards to the urgency of floating a bond to be able to get investors here, which, like I said, the climate is much better now for floating bonds. So I see and the reason why, Mr. Chair, I'm bringing this up, and I know we are going to have GETCA in here, but considering that he's controlling this, the procurement and being overseeing it, and I'm sure you also have that section in your mind of providing the financing and making sure that goes correctly and that there's no protest in that perspective. But why the urgency if the climate out there for the market is good, that we have to do something like this?
I think that question is best left for bond counsel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I
May I
respect.
answer one part of that question, Senator?
Yes.
The urgency really is that the kids out there don't have
All right,
a
thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, are there any other further questions of the DPW Director? Senator Tenorio.
Thank you. Just to make sure I'm clear on this, the reason that this is put forward here now is because you're saying that the protest, which would have otherwise been filed after the awarding, have been filed before. So we were going to the bond market to get financing, or IBC was going. IBC was going to the bond market to get financing before the award was issued, correct?
That is correct. That was a prerequisite to the award.
So IBC was under the understanding that they were going to be issued the award, and as a result of that, they were getting the financing secured before the award was actually executed, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So what is to prevent them now, because of the process that's already taken place, we already articulated in the history that you had given us in the beginning, what is to prevent the government now from proceeding on the same course it had originally embarked on, wherein IBC proceeds to obtain the same, what are they called? Certificates of participation, is it?
Yes.
What is to prevent IBC from proceeding through the same course of action it had already initiated through the bond market to secure the financing component of the RFP, so that then the award can be issued, and then upon the award being issued, then go through the normal 14-day course for any conflicts or any contest to the award. What is to prevent that from happening?
I think that question is best left for bond counsel.
But I'd like to ask the director, because he has a role in this as well, Mr. Chair. So Mr.
I'm going to ask that we leave that question to bond counsel. We had asked the director to come in and basically unfold the process from the date that the legislature mandated the construction of JFK, how that bidding process went. I think the financing piece of it is really best left to Gita.
I understand it's not about the financing, it's about the process itself. Is that we're talking about a process that is, according to the testimony today, has been consistent with all the procurement processes we've laid out in law and administrative procedure. So the question is, if we are following procedure and the financing would have been sought by IBC anyway, why do we need to, and I think as a member of one of the most important components of this process, need to ask the Director of Public Works then, what is to prevent us as a government from proceeding during the original course of action we had already embarked upon before these contests were raised? And so as a component and the Director of Department of Public Works, it seems to me he would have the knowledge, at least his opinion, on why we should not proceed in the course we had already started down in the first place.
Okay, Mr. Leonguero.
Thank you, Senator. Again, it all falls on bond counsel. Bond counsel cannot give an unqualified opinion to the investors because there is possibility of litigation looming over the RFP.
But that unqualified opinion, and again, we can speak to the attorney and bond counsel on this, was not going to be in place at the initial stages anyway, would it?
You mean when they first went to market, Senator?
Right.
Yeah, but there weren't any protests when we first went to market.
So because the protests were brought, then we can't proceed to the course that we would originally have taken.
That is correct. We could, Senator, but standards or bond counsel will not be able to give an unqualified opinion, which is very important too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Barnes, do you
I
want to
guess
speak?
just a reiteration of what Senator Tenorio is talking about, because I was looking at the process on after the bidder had gone through the whole process, through two failed procurement challenges to the department, to DPW, two failed procurement challenges to the AGs, two failed, and then also to the Superior Court, the lawsuit to the Superior Court, and everything was upheld. And my question was, why didn't you just award the contract after that? And you're saying, so you're reiterating and saying it's because bond counsel told you not to do it?
No. Bond counsel cannot go to the market and give an unqualified opinion. Not that he can't do it, but he won't be able to because of the possibility of an additional protest or possibly litigation.
So take, for example, not assuming anything, and based on what challenges followed through, and everything was upheld, and you are in that position to award, because we already know who the bidder is. I mean, that IBC had won the bid. Was there any implications? I mean, were there any other obstacles from you denying that only because of that unqualified statement?
Are you talking about giving the
to
award?
To award the contract.
Awarding the contract?
Yeah, because that's the step we were
yeah.
in at right now. We were supposed to groundbreak, right?
Yes, Senator, I cannot award the contract until the certificates have been sold, so we'll know what debt service the government is facing. I cannot do that prior, because they could go to the market and go at 15%, and I've already awarded it, and then it would come back at 15%, and we would be obligated to it. I cannot award it prior to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Actually, you had your hand up first, Senator Calvo, and then the speaker.
Thank you very much, Andy. Again, following up on, obviously there have already been the 1, 2, and 3. And then, of course, 2 or 3 are subject to negotiations and how successful they are with number 1. Give me and of course, I understand the need for keeping things, certain things, fiduciary. The negotiations, and try to be as specific as you can. What areas are there subject to negotiations? They won on certain points, but before something can be awarded, there is negotiations. Can you kind of enlighten us on what areas of negotiation that you would be discussing with number 1?
Collateral equipment, additional, maybe I don't know if I should go any further. Okay, collateral equipment, square footage.
Collateral equipment, that's the, explain to me collateral
furniture, the kitchen equipment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Okay, then number 2, what was the other one?
Maintenance. We would also negotiate in possibly square footage, number of classrooms, and that sort of thing, to make sure that it all, that whatever is negotiated at the end of the day is in line with 29114.
Mm-hmm. So general concept, the parameters are still there, but now you get into the details.
That is correct, Senator.
No major changes based on...
Nothing outside the scope of work as far as the RFP is concerned. We cannot go outside of that. We have to stay within those parameters.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Caldwell. Senator Wampat, Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Andy, I need for you to clarify something, because I know we're asking this same question almost over and over, and we're trying to really figure out in the procurement process what comes first and then later. You're saying that, and I quoted you, is that you have to be able to secure the financing first before you award.
That's correct,
and
Senator.
that is in the procurement procedure.
That is correct.
So in all other RFPs then, is that they must be able to secure the financing first.
That is correct, Senator. Because if we award prior to the financing, the closing of the finance, we won't know what we're paying. If they go to the market, IBC goes to the market and gets it at 20%, and it comes back to DPW, I will reject it, because it's not within reason. I need to protect the government of Guam, and in order for me to protect the government of Guam, I need to know what we're facing as far as debt service is concerned, and to make sure that it's within reason. If I give the award prior to that, they can get it for 21, 24%.
Now,
and then the government would be obligated to that.
Now, the last that we heard, the last appeal and clarification, even the lower courts making a decision, was in March. Here we are 4 months later, and it's to, again, dovetail Senator Barnes' question, that 4 months later, and yet you were not able to proceed? I mean, it was, we're going to ask these questions, yes, of, OPA and the Attorney General as well, but the mere fact that, we've seen the track in which then there's been no merit to these protests, that then you should have proceeded. You have 4 months ago now to this date. Why haven't you moved forward?
Well, there are a few reasons behind that. Number one is when they, the proposer took it to the lower courts, and they had an additional 30 days thereafter to appeal the lower court's decision. That was 30 days we couldn't do anything on, because we couldn't go to market because it was under proceedings, under litigation. So for 30 days, even though they had come out and said we are not appealing, we don't know that. So we were tied, our hands were tied for 30 days. Then after the 30-day period, we had to go back. The numbers have changed, they needed to be recrunched. So that took additional time to do that. And now here we are today, 3 or 4 months later, with the issue at hand.
But there's no guarantee in any of these RFPs that's gone out that there will be no appeal.
Maybe it's better if you ask legal
So
counsel that.
No, I know, but in your experience and knowing the procurement process, you do know that there is that window for companies or individuals, for that matter, to appeal, to file a protest. You do know that.
I do know that the remedies are not as, there aren't as many remedies to the protests as there would have been if this bill was not passed.
I can't help now but really kind of ask, these questions in my mind, and is that if 70% of this RFP is financing, and there are questions, of course, that you just can't seem to explain because you said it is sealed until the award has been, the contract has been awarded, that there's something there somehow that we just don't know. And I'm not saying we want any of the information to be revealed, although some individuals have revealed some of these information in terms of why the $19 million increases, and we've actually walked away to make sure that we're not privy to those kinds of information, to try to respect the sanctity of that contract. But because of some of these information that are going out, and that's why you're hearing all these questions from the legislatures, because we have this sense that there's something definitely wrong here that we're just not privy to, and that the government, it's like us making a decision that could be detrimental to the government because we don't know what is being sealed.
Yes.
But what recourse, this is not for you to answer, I understand that, but it's what recourse does the government have in this case, like you say, in your position, to protect, the best interests of the government?
Senator, we have 2 offices within the government of Guam that we look to in order for us to make proper decisions, especially based on this RFP. We went to the Office of the Attorney General. They are our legal counsel. They looked through the RFP. They had an opportunity to look through the entire RFP, come back and recommend that the protest had no merits. It even went to another office, the Office of the Public Accountability, whom represents the government of Guam, the better interest of the government of Guam. When these protests went before the Office of Public Accountability, they too had ruled in favor of the RFP. These are 2 entities within the government of Guam that the Department of Public Works had gone to in order to solidify the RFP and make sure that it met all legal parameters. And these are 2 offices that do that for a living.
Speaker Wampat, if you have further questions based on the rules of engagement, The 5-minute time rule is up. If you'd like to, the next one up for questioning would be Senator Atta. If you'd like to, thank you, Speaker. Senator Atta, Tom Atta, you're recognized.
Thank you. Going to that question earlier about it, in the evaluation of the bid packages that were submitted, IBC's package was found to be the most favorable and therefore was rated as number 1. But it wasn't awarded because we don't know yet whether he can find money to borrow and at what rate or whatever. But tell me, is my understanding correct that when this RFP was put together, there was a bottom line estimate as to how much this project was going to cost the government? Is that true? Is that correct?
No, that it just said 9.8 million. We had $9.8 million of Section 30 funds to utilize for the rebuild of the JFK.
To go out and borrow money on the bond market, and that
9.8.
9.8.
There's a point of information, Senator Atta. I'm going to yield to Speaker Wampat to do a point of information.
I need to provide some historical information here then for the body. Because although, yes, when that bill was passed, the bill was originally bill number 363. And I have a copy of that bill. And the bill was designed initially for educational facilities, not just JFK. And the bill says that, 1, a replacement high school to be located at the existing site of John F. Kennedy High School in Tumon, Guam. 2, a high school to be located at the northern site of Guam. 3, a new middle school. 4, a student center building for the University of Guam. 5, a student center for the Guam Community College. And 6, any other structure or structures together with the ancillary facilities, including parking facilities, utilities, infrastructure, furniture, fixtures, and equipment associated with the agency. That was the bill that was heard. That was the bill that was brought on the floor. And that was the bill that was in which $9.8 million was identified to address 6 CIPs, capital improvement projects. Because at the same time that we were faced with having to find a funding source for the solid waste management system, the legislature decided to go ahead and delete the others until such time that we were able to secure funding and financing for the landfill, with the intention of coming back. And that's in our minutes, and that is recorded in the legislature. And Mr. Larry Paris and Mr. Blas from GITA, the GITA family, they knew exactly what the 9.8 was for. There was an unsolicited bid that was given by this company of $25 million. And then it went up to 49 and now to 69. And then this morning I hear that the government of Guam now, just for that one project, will be paying up to the tune of $200 million for 30 years. And the 9.8, if it's to be taken out of the bond market, at least from what I've heard, depending on what interest rates we're going to use, that the highest probability that we can yield is 117 million. But yet the government is going to be obligated to over 200 million. Now, all of these other individuals were aware that we were going to come back as soon as we settled that. So when we came back then to introduce now legislation to include then not all of these other projects, but a northern high school, only then to be told by GITA and some of the individuals who were in that negotiation team said that no, that all of the 9.8 is theirs for JFK. So that's why there's that question, and that's why everybody's asking this question, that although Senator Atta had asked that question, whether there was this level, or so to speak, a ceiling, there really was a ceiling. It just meant that we were to come back until we find out to make sure that we don't raise the debt ceiling for the government of Guam. And you mentioned very early on in your statement that you had up to $9.8 million. Therefore, in your selection of your team that you headed, continue to negotiate and to continue to negotiate upwards, not looking at the intent of the legislature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Wampat. I know that was a point of information on an historical perspective, and Senator Ada has the floor. I'll go ahead and let Senator Ada finish, and we're already at the 12:30 mark, and then we'll probably recess and then come back after that. So, and we'll still be on round two, but Senator Ada, please proceed.
Going back to the RFP, were the bidders, did the RFP require that the bidders be able to finance the project that they are proposing?
That's correct.
Wouldn't it seem logical that if that I would have at least included the cost of financing to my bottom line bid, such that, you know, we're not in this gray area of, well, we can't award the contract yet because we don't know what his interest rates are that he's going to come back with, and what's the government's responsibility in paying off, other than my understanding of the RFP was that the contractor was going to propose a fee as to how much it was going to cost them to construct the school, and then in addition to that, he was going to go out and find financing to build that school, and they will give them a bottom line as to, including in that bottom line, the cost of construction, the cost of money, such that then I can compare and not get into this gray area. I mean, that's his problem as to whether he's going to be able to get it at 15% or at 6%. So I don't understand. So where does the government come into the picture here? Why does Gita and Gita's bond counsel have to give that unqualified opinion in this project? Why doesn't the bidder just go to his financing source and say, I need whatever it is now, $64 million to do this project. How much can I get it for? And he's done. So why is the government in the picture of the financing?
Sir, may I refer that to Gita and to answer that question?
Okay. Madam Chair, maybe with that, then we should
Okay.
take a break.
Thank you, Senator Ada. With that being said, it's almost 12:30 right now. We will recess until 2 o'clock, and if there's no objections, recess till 2.
Got video? Okay, we're going to take a roll call. Present in the session hall now is Speaker Judy Wampat, Senator Adolfo Palacios, Senator Tello Taitigui, Senator Anthony Ada, Senator James Espaldon, and so with that, we'll have to wait until we get a quorum. Calling this committee of the whole back to order. We have a quorum. Present today is Senator Ray Tenorio, Senator James Baldon, Senator Anthony Atta, Speaker Wampat, Senator Adolfo Palacios, Senator Tina Barnes, and Senator Tello Taitagui. Munya Barnes, I'm sorry. With that, Sergeant at Arms, can we bring in the Public Auditor and the Attorney General, please? Mm-hmm. What do I mean? The quorum? Oh, yeah, it's still good, yeah. Yeah, she already. He swore back there. She already been sworn in? Okay. That's fine. Can you get some water for these guys? They tend to get thirsty. I don't know if we got paper cups or what. Sergeant at Arms, okay, everyone here has been sworn in. And she's with. Okay, fine. When we started this morning, we indicated that the second panel was going to consist of the Public Auditor and the Attorney General's offices to basically discuss their opinion on the merits of the current procurement law that we have, and of course questions that are relevant to the issue related to the JFK construction. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the Office of the Public Auditor to go ahead and make her opening remarks, and then we'll go to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Senator Atta, and good afternoon, Senators. I had an opportunity to hear some of the questions and concerns raised earlier when Mr. Leon Guerrero was up here. And what I thought I would do, if I could just take a few minutes to explain a little bit my role and my understanding, because based on the questions you asked, I too had similar type questions when the procurement appeal came to me. And it took a while for me to be able to understand the whole process. So I can appreciate the nature of your questions, because many of those questions were the same questions I asked. And I had at least the luxury of being able to see all of the documents and hear hear tapes on the matter. So hopefully I'll try to summarize a little bit of what transpired. Excuse me. One of the things, let me just say that this is an RFP as opposed to an IFB. And when you look at an RFP, price is not the determining factor. In fact, under an RFP, you could conceivably award a contract not to the lowest bidder, but maybe even to the highest bidder. And if I wanted to interject a comment to the senators, because this is an RFP, and it's my understanding that Public Works is still negotiating, what was lacking in the law was a ceiling of some kind as to what would the government of Guam want to pay overall for the cost of JFK. So it's my understanding that they're still negotiating, and that was the one factor that I just, just overall from an appropriation perspective that I saw, that there was no cap, even though it is an RFP. So just something to consider for the next time around, should there be another opportunity.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Since you were able to look at a lot of documents, did Public Works even present to you Bill 363, the original bill, which actually gave the intent, the first intention of that cap of 9.8, not for just JFK, but for a total of 6 CIPs?
Earlier this morning, Madam Speaker, I heard you talk about that. My recollection was I don't recall that in the procurement documents. I don't recall that at all. Right. But let me just, okay, going from there, let me just go ahead what I saw and why we've ultimately ruled in favor of DPW to go forward. After looking at all of the documents and looking at the final certificate of participation, the $69 million that everybody was talking about, there was a change in price. And but the procurement documents lacked as to the rationale why. But in the end, that was one of the things we had asked for in our decision. And really what we found was that by holding the construction price constant, all right, because the construction price is really going to be the determinant as to how much you want to go out there. But other factors include what interest rate you're going to be charging, and that really you will not know until the time you go to market. The other thing is how much capitalized interest there is going to be, how much is there going to be in the reserve fund. And so what I saw was that when we went back and looked at all the initial proposals, everyone had a slightly different scenario as to how they were going to finance. Two of the prospective bidders had similar scenarios, all right, but what I also saw was that they were quite liberal in the sense that they proposed that they were going to get a much better interest rate. This was than Guam has ever gotten in the past. So that's why I saw that there was a disparity, because when the certificate of participation, the preliminary number was ultimately shown, and then the sources and uses of funds were laid out in an analysis done through GITA's financing council, I saw that the differences were reasonable by holding the construction price constant, and all the other factors related to that were reasonable from that regard. So that was one of the things that was missing in the procurement document. The other thing that we had a concern about was, and this is from GIF, this was the second bidder. The first bidder was Cortec, the second bidder was GIF. The other concern that we had was why 20 years versus 30 years. This is in the documents now, so I'm reading from that. And what we found, the primary reason why government of Guam is going to 30 years is because when you have a longer amortization period, your debt service is cheaper, but you pay more interest over the long term because you're paying 10 years longer. So it's what GovGuam could reasonably afford to pay in debt service was why it went to 30 years as opposed to 20 years. Then the third thing that we had asked for was an analysis, conduct an analysis and cost comparison as to the reasonableness of IBC's proposed annual maintenance costs, and include such analysis as part of the procurement record. When Mr. Leon Guerrero became the director, I immediately contacted him to say that was still the one pending matter that has not yet been provided to make the procurement record complete. Now we are checking our records because Mr. Leon Guerrero said that was given to our office 2 weeks ago, and I have it was emailed, but we don't seem to have a record of that. So that would be the only thing pending from our perspective, is what was the analysis? In other words, what is GovGuam going to get for the annual maintenance costs? That was the only thing pending. But overall, in reviewing the documents, in reviewing the score sheets, in reviewing all those things, and we even listened to the tapes of the different proposers. It was, the voting actually was not that far apart between number 1 and number 2. Less than, the points were not that big a disparity. I heard Mr. Leongaro talk about the composition of the scoring committee. My recollection, it was Doreen Chrysostimo as the AVP for the CFO, Miss Doms, okay, let's see, former principal, Gail Hendricks, and a student, a teacher representing the student body were the 4 plus 2 from, Eunice Affligui was the other one, and who? 2 engineers from DPW, but there were 7. Geraldine James, Gail Hendricks, Eunice Affligui. The GITA representative was Antoinette Leon Guerrero. Doreen Chrysostimo was DOE, and the 2 engineers from DPW. So there were 4 people from DOE, 2 people from DPW, and 1 person from GITA. So overall, in looking at, in hearing your questions, I hope I've tried to answer most of them, and I'll be more than happy to answer any other questions you may have. But I just want to, we thoroughly went through this process. OPA dismissed the first appeal, 05, which was by Mr. Scrow and his group, and then we also dismissed the second appeal by GIF, with the proviso that they provide additional information, and 2 of the 3 have been provided. The other concern, and maybe I'll have the GITA people talk about, is why are we using a certificate of participation? Because like you, when I heard that GITA was out there with IBC trying to get the financing, why was GITA doing this? It's the nature of the certificate of participation that the ultimate payment is really coming from the government of Guam. This will be a lease agreement entered into, government of Guam will enter into a lease agreement with IBC. IBC will use those lease agreements. Let me say, assuming IBC is the one, okay, because that's how this is going. IBC will in turn take those lease payments and make debt service on the certificates of participation. And what I was told also, that this will not affect GovGuam's debt ceiling. It will not be a part of it because it is not a general obligation bond of the government of Guam. This lease agreement is subject to the annual appropriation by the legislature, but still it is an obligation overall of the government of Guam, but it is not like a GO bond. And so therefore it is customary for GITA to participate in this type of financing, because this was also new to me. After the explanation that I received from GITA and from Ms. Liptiaku, I was satisfied with that explanation.
Well, thank you. Before I open the floor, does the AG have any comments you'd like to make? Yes, opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, members of the committee as of the whole. I actually want to clarify just a few things that were either
incorrect or not appropriately or not correctly shared with the legislature up to this point. The first has to do with Governor Camacho's transmittal letter. In the governor's letter, the last paragraph on the first page says that the legislation will statutorily prevent additional procurement protests. I take some responsibility for the governor perhaps not understanding this, since we had discussions about this, and I obviously wasn't clear enough with the governor, and I want to clarify this now for the legislature. The proposed statute will not prevent protests. What it does do effectively is it changes the remedies available to a successful protester, such that if a contract for the lease back, etc., is entered into, those agreements are enforceable even though there may be proceedings under the Procurement Act. So what we're really doing, we're not limiting the opportunity for proposers to protest going forward if they choose to do that, but we are amending what the procurement law would allow for in terms of remedies in the event that there's a successful protest. And I think that's important, and I'd be glad to discuss the language in the proposed bill, but it does say, and it speaks for itself, that the contract, leaseback, and other such agreements shall be valid and binding obligations enforceable notwithstanding any proceedings under Chapter 5 of Title 5 of the Guam Code. Further, it goes on to say that upon the execution and delivery of the agreement for the purchase of the obligations, no proceeding under Chapter 5 of Title 5 of the Guam Code annotated shall be permitted to challenge the validity or enforceability of such agreements. So it is very narrow to just amending what the procurement law allows for in terms of remedies to a protest that might be successful. And it, of course, only applies to this matter. It only applies to this procurement, a financing, demolition, design, construction of JFK. It doesn't apply to any other procurements. It doesn't set a precedent for future procurements like this unless the legislature chooses to apply this to future procurements, which is, of course, your option if you choose to, but it isn't going to be applicable to any other procurement but this one, because it's placed in the section of the law that authorized the procurement of this financing and construction of JFK. And so I apologize that the governor misunderstood me. It's my responsibility to clearly communicate to him, and I want to clearly communicate to you that there's nothing in this statute that would prevent either of the two proposers from subsequently protesting if they choose to do so. That was one point. Is there?
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the committee for questions.
Well, I'm not going to start the questioning per se, but I know that my office had called the AG and Gita to ask bond counsel and the AG to please submit their position on this bill in writing, because I want that to become a part of the proceedings.
Madam Speaker, I never got that request. I apologize again, but I didn't. Had I known that you had asked for our position in writing, I certainly would have submitted it to you, but I did not know that that was requested.
Well, we would still like to make sure then that you're able to do that
I'll
and submit it to us either before the end of the day today at 5 o'clock or first thing tomorrow morning.
I'll be happy to do that. I, again, apologize. That was not communicated to me or to Mr.
I understand
Tedinko.
since Mr. Standard is out there that he's hearing the session, that we would like for him to do the exact same thing.
And that's fine. Mr. Dirks and I worked together on the drafting of this legislation, and I think he will agree with me that What I'm suggesting to you as the real impact of the legislation is what it means. That's all we had intended to try to accomplish, was affecting the remedy.
And thank you very much for you know, of course, letting us know that it is you and Mr. Standerks who's actually put, you know, the language together.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and that's why I think it's really very important that we do have from both of you as council members that of the legal profession, that by providing your position on this, the language of the bill, then definitely something that should be provided later on, somewhere down the road, if someone's going to protest, because we don't want the legislature to be placed in a position to say that he said and she said, that it will all be in writing. And you know, with the legislature intentionally puts in an intent to try to send out the sentiment of what it is we're trying to do. There are tape recordings, of course, that we could provide, but definitely the written position is would not be misinterpreted.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that will be coming to you.
All right, Senator Guthert, you had your hand up.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Public Auditor, Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General. I have to say that I'm very perplexed by this. I'm perplexed by this for a number of reasons. One is, again, please clarify who or what is going to be borrowing this money from the bond market. Is it the company or is it the government of Guam?
My understanding, Senator, is that International Bridge Corporation is borrowing money.
Right,
Government of Guam is standing next to them, and by necessity must stand next to them because the certificate of participation is a tax-exempt certificate, and it requires the government to be able to say to the market and the investors in the market, this is the government, we stand by this is who we are and what our abilities are.
Okay. Does this also mean that in the event that this company defaults in some way on meeting the payments involved, that the government of Guam will assume liability?
For what, Senator?
For whatever the company doesn't do with reference to the bond. Since the government is not borrowing the money, or is not floating the bond, correct?
I would like to suggest that Mr. Dirks will be able to answer that question for you. On the
What
leaseback.
I'm concerned about...
I think it's covered in the leaseback, and I'm not going to be able to talk about it as intelligently as Mr. Dirks.
Okay.
So
What I'm trying to point out here, especially to my colleagues, is who is liable in the end for these bond payments?
again, I'm going to ask Mr. Dirks to answer that
I will bring
question.
that up later. But my second point is on this section with reference to no proceeding under Chapter 5 of Title 5 of the Guam Code annotated shall be permitted to challenge the validity or enforceability of such agreement, the contract of lease and leaseback, or any other agreements relating to the design, construction, maintenance, and financing of the education facility. What this means is that even if some entity should file a protest or go to court to challenge this, the project shall proceed, and the company shall be compensated as, based on the terms that are agreed upon, regardless of any protest.
Once there's an award, Senator, then even if a protest is filed, there's no stay in the procurement, meaning that the award can go forward, the construction can take place. That will go forward once there is an award. But the protest also will go forward to its natural conclusion.
Now, in that instance, if there is ever a protest, and if this protest is deemed to be valid, then who assumes the liability for the problem that the protest revealed and is sustained for? Is it the government of Guam or is it the company that will assume the liability?
If I believe, Senator, and this is a question that may require additional research, it's possible that a court could find the government of Guam liable for costs that a proposer had in preparing a proposal that was then in a procurement that was deemed to have been completed illegally. So yes, the government might, and I say might because the request for proposal and the law clearly states that the costs of a proposer are not redeemable going forward, but that may not stop a court from awarding them the costs of their preparation of their proposal.
And that is one of my concerns with respect to this bill, that my concern is if we pass this bill, then the government of Guam is going to assume the liability for the content of this bill.
The government of Guam may become liable for the costs of the proposer in putting forward their proposal. Maybe. And Senator, in all honesty and fairness, I can't predict for you what a court may do in the future.
Of course. No, I understand that, but I find this provision very unusual. I've never seen anything like this before, and anything that's come through this legislature. And I'm concerned about it because the public appearance of this provision is that we are bending over backwards to accommodate a single particular company.
May I characterize it differently?
Please.
3 companies have entered into a competition to win the award of this request for proposal. All 3 of the companies have expended a great deal of money to do so, but the International Bridge Corporation has expended much more money in that process because they were designated the #1 proposer. They then entered into months and months of negotiations and hard work, some of which I've been involved in, at great expense. They have, in the government of Guam, has then successfully defended 2 protests that were found to be without merit, which dealt with almost all of the procurement process. The only thing that was left that didn't come before the attention of the public auditor was a very small portion, which is the bondholder, the lenders coming to the table with IBC and GITA and actually finalizing documents that had all been drawn up and finalized. That's the little bit that could still be protested at this point in time, okay? So the company that has put much time and energy into this at the government's request is the International Bridge Corporation. We've defended our procurement successfully before the public auditor and the Superior Court of Guam. And Senator, one of the reasons why I came today was not because I was the Attorney General, but before I was the Attorney General, I was one of 2 attorneys who worked on this procurement. And I can just tell you that I don't believe that there's anything wrong with this procurement. That's been proven through the public auditor's review, and it was our opinion when we reviewed the process before it ever went to the public auditor, because I worked with the then director of the Department of Public Works in reviewing the entire procurement before he either approved or denied the initial protest. So, is this the best procurement we've ever done? No. Does it comply with the law of Guam and the request for proposal? Senator, in my opinion, it does. I'm backed by the public auditor, who I might indicate to you takes a look at these with a very conservative eye, okay? Read her opinions, you'll see she had some difficulties with the process, but nonetheless, she found that it met the requirements of the law. That's after taking testimony from witnesses and having the opportunity herself to question them and look at the materials, which I'm sorry to say we can't show to you today. But so I think in fairness to all three of the proposers, we have an opportunity to bring this to a close and, albeit limit the remedies that are available to any of the proposers going forward, but nonetheless move forward. That is a policy decision that you need to make, you and your colleagues. I'm not telling you whether to do it or not. That's up to you, but I'm trying to explain to you why I think it will work and what it means, and I can answer questions about the legal aspects of this procurement. I don't know if that helps. Well, I think Mr. Dirks might give you an alternative approach that may work or not, but I think frankly if there isn't some legislative resolution to the threat of a possible new protest to protect the viability of the contracts, then the governor, I think the lieutenant governor himself said in the media that they may cancel this procurement and start over.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank
Senator
you.
Tenorio.
How am I doing? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Attorney General, I want to say first that we, and I, or at least me, I put a lot of stock in what you said. And at the outset of this entire process, when we've been talking with administration officials, we've been dealing with this proposed legislation. Over the weekend, I've been thinking about how this government has failed the John F. Kennedy students, the community, in rebuilding a school which has got great emotional as well as academic attachment to many of our people on our island. And in reviewing and considering all the things that this purportedly was to accomplish in the craftsmanship that you and Stan Dirks have placed, my thoughts were that, wow, this is precedent setting. This is in fact a violation of the very spirit of the procurement process in a fair, impartial, objective process to determine the best suitor to build facilities for our children. And then after hearing what you just said, and of course the distinguished public auditor, I have to tell you, I have a substantially greater comfort with this bill, because these are the reasons that we come to this body in the committee of the whole in a very liberal fashion to give you the ability for us to interact with us in a decision which, without the benefit of your articulation of what you understand it to be, we wouldn't touch this.
Understood.
And I was very much concerned, and I told the JFK community, many of which are my friends, many of which we've spoken to in different capacities, about some of the concerns we have. And when you articulated just now your description and characterization of what this exists, what this bill in fact is a, as far as I can see, is a closing chapter of a very long saga that is played on the people of Guam. And until, and we're going to hear from Mr. Dirks very shortly, you've answered a substantial number of my questions. And I do not know if there's any other recourse to build John F. Kennedy High School. The only concern I have was the one brought up by Mrs. Brooks with regards to the lack of a ceiling placed on the total amount of money which is going to be put into this. But my responsibility is to empower the government of Guam to give the governor and the agencies under his purview, who we are supposed to trust to carry out these functions, to do so in a responsible, prudent fashion, to make sure that the benefits of these executive agencies and the professionals under them are in fact going to do so with the greatest concern about making sure they build a good facility for all the people and all the community. I had a number of questions. I think you've answered them all. I do appreciate, Ms. Brooks, your input with respect to the lack of a cap, and I think we should look at that in the future. But that notwithstanding, I think that we've gone a long way with your testimony here today to meet my concerns. Thank you.
Senator, may I make one quick comment?
Yes.
Two things. First of all, the benefit of this bill as proposed would effectively go to all three of the proposers. If for some reason the top-ranked proposer doesn't close the deal for some reason, we're going to negotiate with the second-ranked proposer. They would gain the benefit of this, and presumably the third-ranked proposer would as well. The only advantage that the International Bridge Corporation has over the other two with regard to this bill is they were ranked number one, so they're the first ones who are negotiating. This is really neutral as to all of the proposers, okay? It's not benefiting IBC, but for the fact that IBC had the best proposal according to the evaluators. Second thing, I want to just read a section of the law which is probably the one most affected, and it's Title V, Guam Code Annotated, Section 5452. And I'll read it and you can look it up later, but it has to do with remedies after an award, which is really, it's right to what this bill affects. If after an award it is determined that a solicitation or award of a contract is in violation of law, then, one, if the person awarded the contract has not acted fraudulently or in bad faith, and I want to just suggest to you none of these proposers have acted fraudulently or in bad faith. That clearly came out in the hearings before the public auditor. The contract may be ratified and affirmed provided it is determined that doing so is in the best interest of the territory. In other words, one of the possible solutions to a court is even if a procurement is flawed for some reason, if the court finds it's in the best interest of the territory to ratify the contract, the court can still do that. Effectively what you're doing today, and you'll see this in the intent language, you are deciding that it's in the best interest of the territory as the legislature to ratify this contract if it's entered into. You are taking away some options available, but mind you, the option we're offering you is one that you've already put in the law and that the court would have available to it. Now, the second option available to the court is if the person awarded the contract has not acted fraudulently or in bad faith, the contract may be terminated and the person awarded the contract shall be compensated for the actual expenses reasonably incurred under the contract plus a reasonable profit prior to the determination. So certainly the court could also terminate a contract. But I want you to understand that this isn't something brand new. It's part of the procurement law now. You are simply, for this one procurement where there's been two appeals that have been set aside, two protests that have been set aside, advising the world and the courts and the proposers going forward that you've decided that this contract, if it's entered into, will be upheld going forward. Mr. Dirks will then be able to give an opinion to the bond world that the contract is going to be enforceable going forward. The lease back, the construction contract, etc. So I wanted to put this in the context of the law as it currently exists and what this bill really does, which simply points to the one remedy that had always been available. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And what then is because you said the only thing that changes is the remedy, that it doesn't inhibit or prohibit, in fact, a protest from being filed, but what is the remedy then that is, what is changed in the whole scenario?
Well, I mean, we don't know, but I think what the remedy may be, and again, I don't want to speculate too much, but better we speculate on this than with some understanding of the process. Here's what I think may happen. First of all, a protest may be made. Whether or not I think it's going to be successful or not doesn't really matter. Let's assume it is successful. The public auditor or the court finds that the procurement was flawed, I think they would be limited to, as I discussed with Senator Guthertz, awarding that proposer their costs for having to go through the process and not be able to overturn the contract. Again, Senator,
Yeah, I understand.
I'm speculating a
I
little
understand.
bit. It isn't anticipated by the code. Typically, the proposer doesn't get their costs even if they win. They might get a contract overruled.
I want to thank you for giving a very salient and very clear description of your understanding of this. Now, final question, Mr. Chair.
Sir, your time's not, we'll have to get you in the next round.
All right.
Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin with the OPA, and I have here, I'd like to ask the OPA, to your knowledge, ma'am, is there any provision in our current procurement law that effectively impedes for the construction of the JFK if the governor of Guam really sincerely want to rebuild JFK? Is there anything in any provision in any law that impede that? Because I don't think so, but I want to hear from you.
Senator, like you, I was kind of puzzled as to why the governor felt he needed to have this law. And I did discuss this matter briefly with the Attorney General and with Stan Dirks. And based on their comments, it's more of a legal matter. I'm really, I'm still trying to mull it over in my mind as to the rationale. And I think it would be better if Mr. Dirks really talked from the bond world as opposed to the legal world. I think it has to do more with what the expectations of bond holders and the affirmations he has to make. So, because I too, like you, was kind of puzzled because I thought, after the court had dismissed it that, this was a go. But I think out of an abundance of caution, I think is what is happening here, out of an abundance of caution to ensure that JFK can be built with the #1 ranked bidder is, I think, why they're doing this out of an abundance of caution. But again, it's more from a legal perspective, or from a bond world perspective. So I will leave the rest of that to Mr. Dirks or to the Attorney General to answer.
Now, another question, of course, is other than this bill which it proposes to, I guess, accomplish, is this the only mechanism that may be available, really? Again, probably similar question, but I still refuse to believe that there's only one way to rebuild JFK, and the only way is this bill. I refuse to believe that. And on the listening to the bond counsel, I mean, the decision, or rather the thinking, is based on purely economics. Not necessarily administrative policies, not good procurement regulation. I consider that position as, for example, a bank, an individual applying for a loan. So the more cosigners you have, of course, the more attractive you are to them. And I don't blame them for, I guess, strengthening the position as much as possible. But that is an economic decision. We are here deciding on a policy issue that involves moral decision in fairness, due process, and so forth. And that's why I want to ask you, as the public auditor, as the individual who even hears appeals process, you determine, you preside over any appeal, procurement appeal, and that's why I ask you this. So probably we'll reserve that, and then I'd like to spend some time on, I have some questions for the Attorney General. You indicated earlier, of course, I want to ask you, sir, you know, the provision for a protest in our current procurement law, could you explain to me what is the purpose, what is the rationale that this government embody that in our procurement process?
Yes, Senator, I sure can.
Could you please?
Sure. The reason, first of all, for a procurement law at all is because we are spending the taxpayers' monies. And the procurement law applies to any expenditure of government money to procure a service or a product, okay? There are certain values and listed in the procurement law which are intended to protect the public and its money from either being spent foolishly or being spent to favor somebody. And those, and so the procurement law is intended to make sure that everybody who has an opportunity and a desire to engage in business with the government is able to do so, okay? Secondly, that they're all going to be treated the same in terms of how a purchase is going to be made and how it's going to be evaluated and when certain decisions are going to be made and by whom. Well, hold on, let me get a couple more out.
Taking on my time.
Oh,
I just
go
want a
ahead.
short answer.
I'm sorry.
I just want a short answer. So the purpose really of a protest provision is to air out grievance,
Yes,
to
and
contest,
when
and
something's,
so forth.
when something's been done wrong, when the
And
law
there's a
has
value
not,
to that.
That's absolutely a
And
value to that.
so settling that, and I heard you earlier saying that once the award is given,
right,
that it can proceed, notwithstanding that
Yes.
there's a protest filed.
That's correct.
Then what is the purpose of the protest
Well,
at that point? Then you invalidate the protest.
I know that the
Okay,
public-
Senator, we'll let the AG answer your question and then.
and then maybe the public auditor wants to respond as well. Perhaps the purpose is just to get the record straight and make sure that it's understood that if something was done wrong, it won't happen again going forward, or the protester may want to undo the contract once it's been awarded. It's more complicated when you're building a school and the process has started and they're out there digging the hole or putting up the walls, but it's not so complicated when you're purchasing 1,000 boxes of paper and you're required to send them back and get them from someone else because they should have won the award. I mean, there's no single procurement that's like another one, and so that's one of the dilemmas with the law. It's attempting to deal with all kinds of circumstances with one set of rules. I don't know if that helps, Senator.
And Senator, may I just expand a little bit? As I mentioned earlier, when I looked at the initial 3 proposals, what each of the 3 bidders submitted, and then when I saw the final certificate of participation that was settled, you know, at the 69 million versus what was originally submitted by the 3, I could see why the 2 other bidders protested, okay? Because in their mind, my total package was X, but you're going to build it for Y, which is $10 to $15 million more. How come? And when you're dealing with taxpayers' monies, you know, because a lot of questions remain unanswered. Why are we going to spend 69 million when I, as a bidder, only put X dollars, and the other bidder said, and I have put Y dollars, and even IBC's original amount was significantly lower. So I could see why those 2 bidders did that. So the bidders really should not be viewed as the villain. In this case, they had a reasonable doubt. Why did DPW go with such a high amount? And what was unknown, unfortunately, was that it was really the financing costs that brought up the cost.
Actually, my question is very simple. What is the purpose of a protest and what's the rationale? It has nothing to do with the current bid and so forth. It's actually a general question. It's a policy question.
To ensure the integrity of the procurement process.
Exactly.
That there is a level playing field.
Exactly.
That everybody who has the opportunity to bid was given the opportunity, and everybody had their quote day in court.
And that's what I want to hear.
To preserve the integrity of the
considering
procurement process.
that, notwithstanding that, once an award is given, you
But an award
proceed
was not
regardless
given.
of that. And that's what I cannot understand. It's not consistent with that philosophy. Well, to proceed with the award notwithstanding that there is already an appeal going on, meaning that regardless of what is found at the end of the appeal, the award will continue. So,
Well, Senator,
Senator,
actually.
we'll pick up on your
thank
question
you.
on the next round. Okay, so in fairness to others, your time
I
limit is
understand.
up.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to suggest, you know, these 5 minutes should actually be given to the questioner, not to minus from the responders.
Well,
Because if you have an individual that respond 20 minutes on one question, then that wipe it out. I mean, anyway, I mean, maybe I should select next time the people that I'm going to ask questions so they can give me short answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
or you could spend the 5 minutes posing your questions and then let him answer.
You know, that's a good point. Thank you very much.
Okay. Senator Taidigui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. This is for the AG. I guess here's the $1 million question. In your professional opinion, by changing this law that basically ensures the integrity of the procurement process, would you agree to changing this law and setting precedents for any future individuals coming here and using this day today and changing this law in our procurement process, that it will not be used for future RFPs coming out or that request? Will this set precedents for the future?
Senator, first of all, the language of the law is limited to this procurement. So, but will someone come before the legislature at a future date and say, remember what you did in July of 2010? I don't know that. But I mean,
in your professional opinion, though, as an attorney who's actually used precedents in defending clients or individuals, like that, in your professional opinion?
I mean, honestly, Senator, it's a completely different situation. Precedents in legal cases where it's the way in which law is discerned and determined going forward is much different than whether this legislature will ever, or more importantly, the next legislature will feel bound by something that this legislature did.
I do agree.
And also,
right. In law, because
okay.
My time too.
Sorry.
In law, that's true, but we make the laws. You're putting us in a position to be questioned. Not you, but you're putting us in that position. You know what I mean? So just out of that, okay, I know what you're saying there, but it is us that make the laws,
Yes.
and you're putting us in that position.
No, excuse me, Senator.
Or you're not, but
I'm not.
yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. AJ. Attorney General.
I did provide advice to the governor at his request and Gita's request.
Sure.
So as I would with any agency of the government.
The next question I have then is, you mentioned earlier, it doesn't stop anybody from protesting, even if this bill was passed, but the remedies that are there.
Right.
Now, also in your personal opinion, there was a law that was recently passed by I think it was Senator B.J. Cruz, with regards to, in the event anybody protests, that they have to put out a certain percentage of the bond of the amount they're protesting for. Are you familiar with that bill?
Well, I understand there was a bill submitted. I don't think it's been passed. No.
No, it hasn't been passed.
No, there were hearings held. I believe it's back with whatever committee heard that. The procurement law has not been amended by this legislature. But
if this bill was passed and they had that type of remedy or put up those frivolous protests, do you think that this would kind of entice those individuals who are putting up frivolous protests?
apparently, Senator, it's Bill 336. My understanding of Bill 336 is that, yes, there would be a provision that a bond would need to be placed by a protester in order to assure that the protest is serious. I'm going to agree with the public auditor that that the protests that were made so far were, I mean, I understand the rationale for the protest. I also understand why they were denied by DPW and why we were upheld by the public auditor. But yes, that bill, if enacted by this legislature, would make it more difficult to protest.
And
That's
then we
correct.
would not jeopardize the integrity of our procurement process. The next question I have, real quickly, I understand there, it has a little more, thorn in the side doing it this way, but we also have to realize what we are going to set here today as lawmakers.
This is
And it's
very
important.
serious, Senator.
Yes,
I
very
agree
serious.
with you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Lastly, because earlier, I guess Gita might be able to answer it, but in your professional opinion, since now the Attorney General has a hand in reviewing procurement processes and such, in the event, let's say IBC comes forth, they're awarded, they go out to the, and this is what DPW had mentioned, they go out and get the bonding for this. And they come back with an astronomical interest rate of 20% or 50%, whatever. At that time, in the law, DPW can then turn down
That's right.
that bid
That's right.
and go to the next bid,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, so that can be done, right?
Exactly, because the procurement officer, in this case Mr. Leon Guerrero, must determine independently that the compensation is fair and reasonable. And if he determines that it is not fair and reasonable, the law then provides that he can end the negotiation with the highest ranked proposer and then can go to the next proposer and begin negotiations with them.
Thank you. And last question to OPA. The annual maintenance cost. Now, you mentioned earlier, going through all the, reviewing documents and everything that was submitted to your office. I'm quite taken back that the fact that one particular document didn't get to you. You mentioned earlier about the annual maintenance cost.
Yes,
Can you explain that and why you're able to still make a determination without that particular piece of document?
All of the bidders had indicated a certain amount for annual maintenance costs, okay? And the annual maintenance cost was just one of the factors in the evaluation criteria. So overall, when you look at the total evaluation of how IBC was ranked #1, there was no specific line item to say, what did you think of the annual evaluation annual maintenance cost? There was no specific line item. It was just part of the package. What we found after, when IBC was ranked #1, there really was no discussion in the procurement record as to what the government of Guam was going to get for that money. And that's all we asked was for an elaboration. And let me just read from my opinion. Conduct an analysis and cost comparison as to the reasonableness of IBC's proposed annual maintenance costs and include said analysis as part of the procurement record. And based on the information that I had received, that was still being negotiated. And hearing from what Mr. Leon Guerrero said this morning, they're still negotiating even certain aspects of the construction price. So that was not in the procurement record at the time when the protests came forward and the procurement documents came forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Speaker Wampat, and then Senator Blas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weisenberg, I'm not even really sure, but are you familiar with the Guam Education Financing Municipal Lease that the government, or the governor rather at that time, had the 4 schools built? Are you familiar with that?
I am somewhat familiar with that, Senator. That was before I was even an Assistant Attorney General for the second time. But I know that this process for building this school is very similar to the process used to build the 4 schools.
Okay, so then my question now would be, since you are a little bit familiar with it, is that
Yes.
what exactly is the difference about the JFK procurement from this other municipal lease transaction that somehow would, cause the need to eliminate the government's administrative procedural rules?
Just the way the two went forward in terms of there's nothing different about them, virtually no difference in the law that the legislature enacted to permit the procurement to go forward, but the difference is in the way in which the proposers reacted. I think that for whatever reasons, this is again my recollection of the process as it went forward, there were some delays caused partly, as I understand it, and this is from Gita, because they had to finance the funding for the landfill. So they necessarily did not actually take this up as quickly as they could have. And then I think because there was a lot of interest in JFK, the press was reporting that Gita was doing this and Gita was doing that and Gita's going to New York to get funding, when leaving the impression in many people's minds that Gita was out getting financing for this, when in fact IBC was getting financing with Gita along next to them as partner. Exactly the way it happened with the first financing with the Guam Educational Financing Foundation. The two proceeded exactly the same, one sort of under the radar of the public, but exactly the same. And this one very much in the radar because it was JFK and because there was, up to the point where the legislature, and you know this yourself, Speaker, enacted the legislation allowing this, there was pressure to get it done. And so was the press looking at how it was proceeding? Yes. And was it very tight timelines? Did they meet the timelines, et cetera? So I think that the information in the media was incorrect, but the proposers didn't know that and they protested. And I think that's the difference, if I may be so bold as to suggest to you that.
Can you tell us then what would be the basis of your concern that an additional protest will delay the JFK project?
Well, it's really Mr. Dirks's concern, but
you were able to, draft the language so that they must have agreed.
Several things have happened, Senator. When Guam Community Improvement Foundation lost their case in the Superior Court of Guam, several days later they had a new set of attorneys who said that they weren't going to appeal that, but were going to watch the process as it went forward. Information available to me that, in addition to that, reliable, I don't know if it's reliable, but information that in fact there will be a protest, things I felt obligated to tell bond counsel about because his responsibility is to properly represent the government's interests in the bond market. And so I share with bond counsel our concern that there may be an additional protest coming. I don't know whether there will be or not, but there was enough of an indication that there would be that we had to try to address that. Is that answering your question? I'm not sure, but I'm trying to.
No, it really didn't, but I'm going to move on because of my time here.
Try again because I'll...
Well, I probably will ask that question then of Mr. Sanders as well. But I just want to, based on, for both of you, Ms. Brooks and Mr. Weisenberger, that based on your involvement at least with the JFK procurement appeals and then knowledge of the IBC bid, what do you believe is the probability that any future protest will be successful?
The probability?
Yes.
Not likely. Yeah.
And Mr.
I-
yeah. Do you
I
feel the
can't
same
speak
way?
for, I can't speak
I
for
mean,
the.
I realize, I know earlier you said that it's hard to predict, of course, if anyone's going to file, it's hard to predict what the courts, how they would respond. I know, so that's why I decided to use probability in terms of, any successful protest, because this is exactly what it is that you're trying to do, is to avoid it by closing the 14-day window so that no protest then can occur. So that's what I wanted to find out, is that, aside from normally who would be able to protest in that 14-day, can there be, and what is the probability of any other types of protests actually being successful, possibly an injunction to be requested to even stop so that the law will not be implemented. What's the probabilities for those?
Senator, I can't speculate on that, but I can make a comment about the legislature's power to pass this law and amend this procurement process. This is within your power. There's no question in my mind that the legislature created the procurement law and created the law that allowed this procurement to go forward, and you can amend that. We did analyze this, Senator, from a number of different aspects. First of all, you'll note that in the language in the law there's language to make this retroactive. Title I of the Government Code allows the legislature to make laws retroactive, and if it does so, there are several Supreme Court decisions that uphold your authority to do that, okay? So we are asking you to make it retroactive in the event that that might be an issue. Secondly, there's no impairment of contracts in this case because there is no contract to impair. The legislature has created the procurement process, and the legislature can amend the procurement process going forward, and you have the authority to do that. There's no contract being impaired, although the Constitution and the Organic Act limit your ability to impair contracts. Thirdly, there's an equal protection question, but every proposer is being treated absolutely equally by this law. Everybody gets the same benefit. IBC gets the benefit first because they have the highest ranked proposal. Third, there's a due process question. But since we're not creating any class or using a suspect classification of any sort, the real question is whether or not there's a rational basis for the legislation, and the rational basis is laid out in the intent. You have in the language in the intent the basis for why you're doing it. It's a rational basis. It's very unusual for a court to overturn a law based on a violation of due process in this circumstance when the legislature has been clear about the rationale, which is to build John F. Kennedy High School, to move beyond the legal impediment that's been created by protests, etc. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this question had been asked and answered, and maybe this question is actually directed to the AG, Mr. Weisenberger. What then does this bill do?
This bill removes the possibility that an award and a contract can be set aside by a court going forward.
Okay.
So that once the government enters into the arrangements with IBC or whoever the next proposer is, that in any proceedings under Title V, under the Procurement Act, Chapter 5 of Title V, any proceedings under that, whether they be administrative proceedings or court proceedings, the option of canceling the contract and starting over has been removed. And thereby assuring the bond community that the contract to build the school, the lease back, the other arrangements are all going to be enforceable going forward. They're all enforceable contracts. The bond market can rely upon those agreements.
Okay. Earlier there was concern. There was talk about precedents.
Yes.
You know, the concern about precedents being set. Now, let me just ask, has there precedent been set in any law, in any jurisdiction, with regards to, you know, legislatures utilizing it or doing this? Or are we setting new standards here?
There are instances when the legislature has changed the playing field going forward. I wish and maybe I can get an answer to you for that, but I don't know the answer.
And I would appreciate if you look
Can we
into
make a
that,
note of that?
you know, with regards to, has there been any other time when precedence has been set?
I think Mr. Dirks might have an answer to that. He's
Okay.
mentioned something that, in his experience, that has been done in the past that I'm not aware of.
Okay.
I mean, that's the best I can. I
And-
wish I
and-
could give you a better answer.
And so, and this is a question actually directed to the whole panel here. Is it presumptuous to say that IBC is, in fact, has been awarded a contract?
Well, there's.
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's talk about two different things.
Yes.
An award.
I think we need to clarify that.
Technically, there's been no award. There cannot be an award until they bring the financing, and the director of public health can say this is fair and reasonable. So, no, there has not been an award. Has practically everything that needs to be negotiated been negotiated? Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, possibility still exists that of the three, you know, let's say that things fall through with company A, that the possibility still exists that a contract can be awarded to either company B or company C.
Yes, absolutely.
So it does not actually then infringe upon anybody else's playing field, other than it just gives company A, for company A, the opportunity to go first.
Yes, because they won that opportunity fairly. The public auditor has already determined that the process was consistent with the law and carried out the way it was supposed to be.
And there was nothing in any of your determinations, ma'am, to say that you can move with your continued discussions with company A, but should company A not fulfill any of the requirements, then you can move to company B. Am I correct?
We said in the decision, we said prior to final award, they must do A, B, and C.
Okay.
A and B have been satisfied.
Okay.
I just received C,
Okay.
the information pertaining to the maintenance,
Okay.
and we'll now look at that.
So
we did say prior to award, you must satisfy us to why did it go up to 69 million? We saw the documentation and we were satisfied.
Mhm.
Why did you go 30 years? We saw that because GovGuam cannot afford 30 years because we wanted a lower debt service. And the third thing is provide an analysis and cost comparison of the annual maintenance costs. And so that one has just been handed to me by Mr. Leon Guerrero. We will take a look at that, and assuming, and we will advise him shortly that we are satisfied or not satisfied.
So very plain and simple,
Yeah.
this bill, nothing in this bill says that it's going to be awarded to company A.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you very much.
This benefit goes to every one of the three offerers equally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Mr.
Blas. Thank you. Senator Spaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there are a lot of questions that have been asked, and actually very, very well answered by the Attorney General and the Public Auditor. But I would like to go back to a situation, or to a question that I had asked Andy Leon Guerrero, and he deferred it basically to you. And this is just in trying to understand the very basics of where this all evolved from, right, the whole protest. Now, and I just want to make sure that I fully understand, and those out there fully understand. One of the things that Andy said was that the unusual thing about this protest is that it occurred before an award was made. Normally, a protest occurs after an award is made, when all the facts and all the items within a contract are opened up and everybody understands and sees what's in there. can I just ask, what then are we talking about? What was the basis of the protest? I guess first to DPW and then to the OPA. Were they the same? First of all, were they the same protest, Madam OPA?
The one, number 5, the one from Mr. Scro's protest was slightly different in its merits or its contention of merits compared to Geef's proposal. Geef's proposal was more analytical and said, I propose this, you propose this, I propose this, you propose that. So there was a slight difference, there were differences. As to usually what happens, Senator, is an award is made and then the other bidders are notified that you did not win. It's set out at the same time. What happened here is because of, as Mr. Weisenberger said, there was a lot of publicity. People were aware of the fact that Gita had gone to the bond market, was out there, was in someplace in New York, and then that made headlines, and then everybody got wind of the fact through the preliminary official statement that the certificates of participation amounted to $69 million. That's what everybody saw in the headlines. Okay, that was prior to an award. So when can you make a protest? You can really make a protest at any time. So, well, hey, how come, you know, again, what I want to say is the two protesters should not be viewed as the villain. They, you know, logically reasonable, and even myself, I kind of wondered, gee, $69 million, that seems like a lot of money. How did we get there? And likewise, so did those two other bidders wonder the same thing, because I saw what their proposal was, and they did their own calculation as to interest, you know, bond reserve, you know, capitalized interest, bond reserve fund, and they had a different figure, much lower than that.
And so that basically was the basis of their protest?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
now
and it was reasonable to expect.
Understood,
Yeah.
understand, and I'll take your word for it, and I think we all can agree with that. And again, just because of time limit, I have to move on, so I do understand. But then going on, right, once without this law, right, once there is an award of the contract, right, then there is the possibility to protest again based upon what is in the contract.
With or without this bill, there can be a protest after the award.
Right.
This doesn't stop there from being.
This does not stop it.
No.
And what you said earlier, basically, this just basically limits the remedy.
Exactly.
In terms of the protest.
That's correct.
Whereas without this, I mean, this now limits it basically to what the court may deem appropriate in terms of awarding costs that were incurred by the losing protester.
Without this, because of the circumstances such as they are in this individual case, my understanding is that bond counsel cannot give an unqualified opinion, and one of the reasons we've been taking as long as we have to get to this point is because it's taken a while for bond counsel and I to understand the problem. We've two lawyers discussing the law, trying to understand how it works and why it works and what happens. Some of the delay was just us trying to figure out how do we resolve the problem if we resolve it.
Without,
go ahead.
Excuse me. Without this, if we go forward without this, first of all, the bond counsel cannot give an unqualified statement.
He will give a qualified statement, and you may ask him, he will tell you that once he gives his qualified statement, he does not believe anyone will come to the table to loan the money.
Well, which begs the question then, what are the remedies without this? In other words, if somebody does protest, what does that really mean? Because now you're saying that with this, the remedies are limited, so that would probably limit the amount of protest or the likelihood of a protest because the remedy would be limited.
I presume that if they protested and this law was passed, their protest would be to either one, prove a point they were right, or two, get their costs back because they participated
Right.
They were unfairly treated in an illegal procurement.
Understood. But without this, then the remedy would be what?
Well, without this, the remedy would still be available. One of the things a court could do without this is that they could do exactly what this law provides. They could find that it's in the best interest of the territory to affirm the contract and affirm it, or they could cancel the contract and go back to the procurement.
So the logical question then becomes, why does the bond counsel feel that he cannot give an unqualified statement, since they would have the ability to protest anyway?
Ask the bond counsel, but they won't be able to undo the contract. And his assurance to the bond world is that the contract is enforceable. It's not that there's not going to be a protest, it's that the contract will be enforced. That's what his assurance is. He will describe that to you his own way.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure we all understood.
Understand.
Because,
And one very brief comment, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Leon Guerrero about whether there are protests before or after awards.
It can happen anytime.
There are protests, once a procurement begins, protests can be right at the beginning, the solicitations are not legal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Chairman, I know my 5 minutes are up. I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Calvo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm one person that's been fighting hard. I want to see GFK be built. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, no further complications occur. And again, looking at this legislation, I want to refer to page 3, starting in line 3, and I'm just going to read it real quick. The contract, lease, lease back, and other such agreements shall be valid and binding obligations of the education agency, enforceable in accordance with the respective terms, notwithstanding. Notwithstanding is a very powerful word, especially when you're making laws that are specific to one particular proceeding. But notwithstanding any proceedings under Chapter 5 of Title 5 of Guam Code annotated to the contrary. And upon the execution and delivery of the agreement for the purchase of the tax-exempt obligations or the financial instruments that will finance the education facility. This particular paragraph, aside from the notwithstanding, I have some interest in. No proceeding under Chapter 5 of Title 5 of the Guam Code shall be permitted to challenge the validity or enforceability of such agreement. Protests could occur, but basically the enforceability of the agreement is sound. Of such agreement, the contract, lease, leaseback, or any other agreements, interesting, relating to the design, construction, maintenance, and financing of the education facility. Now, and of course, I'm just trying to look at it worst case scenarios, especially when you're looking at a specific issue that because of history, we need to move through this legislation. When you start seeing such things as notwithstanding and you start seeing other agreements, my concern, whether it's a labor contract, and I'll go through starting from a statute to a regulation to a labor agreement. If there is currently a statute, a regulation, a standard operating procedure, we're even talking about a new building codes now. This area with any other agreements, and I just want to get assurance here, if there is current law, regulation, could this supersede? Is this language a concern? And maybe I'm just reading it differently, that this may supersede
I appreciate
any other law or statute, regulation, standard operating procedure.
I appreciate your question, Senator Calvo, and I, like you, am responsible for the territory of Guam to think about the problems and figure them out and try to make sure that we're not creating a bigger problem than we're solving. That is my job, and so I've thought these through as well. This is limited specifically to Title 5, Chapter 5, the Procurement Code. Let's take the building code as an example. Does this abrogate the building code? No, because it's not part of Chapter 5, Title 5 of the Guam Code, Chapter 5. Does this abrogate the agreement between, let's assume there's a contract dispute after the agreement is entered between DPW and IBC. That's a contract dispute that still is covered by Guam contract law, by the government code that provides for a Government Claims Act. That's not abrogated by this. In other words, all the other kinds of agreements that may be entered into or relationships that occur as a result of a contract being entered into here to resolve and finalize this procurement are not affected by this unless they spring from the Guam Procurement Code and proceedings brought under the Guam Procurement Code. It really is tailored and limited to that.
And that's, I just wanted that assurance.
That's
So
my
this is
that's my
pinpoint enough
opinion.
that nothing can slip by.
I
To
don't
a reasonable
believe so.
degree.
That's
Okay. Thank you very much, Attorney General.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. We're going on the second round now. Senator Palacios? Oh, you still want in the first round? Senator Muñoz Barnes.
Still first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as we continue to hear questions, answers to the questions being posed, my real concern in this whole body as a policymaker is to look at the, I guess, assume what's going to happen next if we pass this intent. Already, as a policymaker, receiving comments from attorneys at law that are barred here on Guam, and already knowing that there are major concerns in reference to this procurement law being amended and changed, and knowing that they may do something right now, it just gives me cause to question. And as I was reading some of the comments, and I don't know whether you'll say excuse my naivety or not, but I am taken aback by some of the applications that may be done and the reasonings that may come out of it. Are you guys, first, Mr. Chair, if I ask, did they get a copy of this?
Is that the one from Berman?
Yeah, and I was just maybe wanting to ask, because some of the questions were here was, if GIF had no intentions to file a protest merely for the sake of delay, and it may be that the contract award to IBC is in accordance with the law and the public auditor's requirements. It is concerning, however, the legislation is being asked to, in effect, approve the contract in advance without knowing whether the contract does in fact comply with the law or not. You've shared a lot of questions that were being asked early on the process. I know that we're not privy to what you guys were privy to before, and the question still stands before me, is if all of this, and I've tried to poll all my colleagues here, if everything was asked and worked through A to Z, gone through the Attorney General's office, gone through the Public Accountability Office, and why do we need this just to move forward? Are we already assuming that something's going to come up before then? Is this the make it or break it tool that bond counsel will not, that we cannot sell? Have we even just, I guess, formalized it or visioned it on a drawing board to seeing if Gov Guam does A, this will happen. If it does B, this will happen. If it does C, this will happen. Have we even assumed that? Only because they're asking us to make maybe even you in the inclusion of working with the government, is to change a law that I feel that if we even think about signing or putting into policy making, that it's going to be contested by the legal beagles out there. And I don't know, as an attorney and as an auditor, can you share a perspective? Enlighten me.
Just as a clarification, this bill does not amend the procurement law.
Well, it's asking.
It's not amending the procurement law, Senator. It's amending the bill that authorized the construction of John F. Kennedy. The procurement law will remain unchanged if this law is enacted. It doesn't amend the procurement law. It amends this specific procurement only. There's no amendment to the procurement law contained within this proposed bill. GCIF and GEFF are being treated exactly the same by this law as is IBC. Had they been ranked the highest in the evaluations, they would be the first to benefit from this law, but they weren't. Will GCIF or GEF file a protest? I have no idea what they're going to do. Mr. Dirks can tell you why he believes it's necessary to have this kind of provision. And so as to your real question, why, I'm going to ask you to ask Mr. Dirks, because he will explain it to you as he finally convinced me. I was a bigger skeptic than perhaps you were. That's what some of the delay was, Weisenberger's skepticism. And
You can understand why I was asking the same thing.
Absolutely, Senator. I think you have to ask these hard questions, and you have to reach an understanding. You would be not doing your job if you did not. And that's why I'm here, because I want to make sure I can answer your questions. If you choose not to do that, I don't have a dog in this fight. If the legislature doesn't think this is the right policy, that's fine with me. I'm not rooting for IBC. I'm just trying to tell you how to fix the procurement if you want to. The legislature passed the original 58A to get John F. Kennedy built. If you don't wish to do this, it's perfectly all right with me, Senator. But I don't think it's going to get built if you don't do it. I can tell you that, unless, I don't know what. But we are at a point where we cannot move forward unless the bond counsel is able to give his unqualified opinion, and this will do that. That's all I can say about that.
So the question is, the only reason why this project is not being moved over is because bond counsel will not give an unqualified opinion for this project moving forward.
That's absolutely
and this is,
correct.
And so the
right.
Basic English is it moves. This is what bond counsel wants in order for GovGuam to move forward.
And
that's
now,
what they want.
And now the Attorney General joins bond counsel because
in
now
their support
I want
of this.
Because
I want JFK to move forward.
The legislature has already set the policy. Let's
that's
rebuild JFK. So I'm simply just promoting the law that you've passed here.
To say let's build JFK.
Right.
That's how we get there. Okay.
That's how we get there.
Senator.
Let me just say, let me add to this. I too, like you, was very puzzled as to why such a legislation was needed, because there are so many areas within the procurement process. I mean, what if, for example, there's the contract has certain things that may or may not be reasonable to, let's say, another person. So, we're only at the beginning stage where the protest, where the delay took place, which was prior to the award. Once the award is made, there still is avenue to protest, but what is, I guess, what I'm hearing is that the limitation of how to protest is going to be very limited. So the real question is, do you want to allow a very limited amount of protest after the award? And that's really, again, a policy decision on the part of the legislature. I still, while bond counsel did explain to me why it was needed, because I did ask that question, I think he's in a better position to tell you why than we can, because I'm still struggling with it, and I'm glad to hear that the Attorney General took a long time to finally come to the table in agreement, because I've just been brought to the table, and I'm still kind of like, I'm not sure if I want to come to this table or not. But at least he's satisfied with it.
Thank you, Senator. But Mr. Chair, I think it's really important to realize as we look into the legislation provided, when it actually says it is subsection 58A 105 of Chapter 58A is hereby repealed and reenacted to read, and then you make the amendments. Of course, it's going to give me cause to look further and say, why am I repealing this chapter? So
may I speak to that, please? Actually, minority counsel has suggested to me a problem with that particular language. An act to repeal and reenact. We would like to recommend that we may amend that to say an act to amend Section 58A 105 of Title V GCA. There may be a technicality that if it's repealed, that it would end the procurement that's ongoing, and we don't want to do that. So,
and thank you for clarifying that. But
and thank you
I do have concerns.
for, and also in section 2, the language at the beginning of section 2, 58A 105 is hereby amended to read. So the beginning of section 1 and are the title to the act and the beginning of section 2. I would ask you to amend that, and I appreciate Mr. Fisher's input.
And to delete the word.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Ada. You haven't gone through the first round. You're going to pass the first round? Okay, we're on the second session then. I would like to recognize Speaker Wampat at this time.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get back to Ms. Brooks, that you had one of your concerns that you had was the cap, and I had that same concern as well. I guess that the problem is that I was too trusting to feel that people would truly look at the best interests of the government, to protect the interests of the government, to make sure then that the sky is not the limit in this case. And I know you said that, and I like for you and bond counsel here to respond, is that there was a bill that was introduced to actually then place a cap, knowing that even though it was originally designed for 6, the point here now, because of some of the costs that you have mentioned, the 19 million upwards, that the possibility now of really doing the other projects are almost nil. However, there is a discussion that I had, and I'm going to ask Gita this question later on, is to actually include a section and applying a cap in this case. Can you please respond?
Well, when we looked at the procurement documents, there was a range of prices as to the construction costs, and that's really where we focused on in our review, to see the spread. Because of the financing was so, the financing, in my opinion, varied considerably. And what I saw afterwards, when it became the certificate of participation, what I did was hold the financing and hold the financing separate from the construction amount. Because really, when you go to bond, how much is it you want to actually use to build JFK? And that was the number I kept holding constant. And then when I went back and looked at the rest of the other proposals, there was variations in the financing cost, because one may have used a shorter period for interest capitalization, a shorter amount for bond reserve fund, a shorter amount, a different amount for interest rate. So when you just looked at the broad numbers, the gross numbers in total, they really were not comparable. So I discounted all of those, we discounted all of those areas and only looked at the construction costs and what each entailed. And therefore, when we did that and subsequently asked for how the bond proceeds were to be done, and Ms. Limtiaco gave a very good analysis side by side, why it went up, why it went down. The interest capitalization was to be greater because GovGuam could not afford to pay the interest in the first year, and because of that, they had to increase the bond reserve fund. So we saw logically why it went up, still holding the construction costs constant. And even in the case of IBC, from the initial proposal to the subsequent proposal, there was still some increase overall, but still within an acceptable range compared to the others. Again, without saying what the other prices were. So I was satisfied with that amount given the range of the 3 proposals. I am just saying it was just unfortunate that the legislation said that the construction amount of JFK should not exceed X dollars. And that would have been kind of an area where all of us would have been able to figure out this is the maximum we can go to. Because right now, as my understanding, DPW is still in the process of negotiating. That hasn't quite been finalized. And The maintenance aspect, he just gave to me today his analysis of the maintenance agreement. In other words, what is GovGuam going to get, or what kind of maintenance will happen at JFK, because that's going to be an annual fixed cost as part of this leaseback arrangement. It's similar to what is happening right now with GEEF. You know, there's an annual fixed cost for all of those, the 4 schools. And so, based on information I'm hearing, you know, I ask, give us more information as to what is in there, because what happened, that aspect had not been finalized, and therefore it was not in the procurement record. Or, let me rephrase that. If it had been finalized, it was not in the procurement record.
Thank you very much for that, and I think this is probably the opportune time in which then maybe the correction can be made to be able to place then a cap. Mr. Weissenberger, I know that in section 2A, where it is stated there that, you know, the contractor with respect to, you know, the amendment shall be the contractor for the existing lease or lease back. And you've given us, and you did say who the contractor is, so that means it could very well be any one of the 3. We have to think that way, because we don't pass legislations for specific, individual or an entity for that matter. So you've indicated earlier that, and you went through, that if it went through the courts, that there are some remedies, some recourse in which the government then will be able to consider a contract maybe null and void. What do you think of a language here? Because the concern always is that the question about precedents being set, the fact that even though we go through this, others could still protest, someone could ask for an injunction, and all of these then will be expense to the government. And there's a consideration here of actually providing, an amendment in which then the contractor, whoever the contractor is then, that shall guarantee and fully indemnify the government of Guam against any and all losses and damages, and that monies will be made available to remedy any and all current or future claims as a result of subsections A and B.
Senator, I think that that would in effect be an amendment to the procurement, and that I think we would have problems with. We laid out the parameters of the procurement when the request for proposal was designed and then published, including certain contractual terms. So I would hesitate to do that. And I would hesitate I think the policy of putting the burden on IBC for what might be a mistake of the government or any of the proposers isn't in other words, your suggestion is that we pass along to the contractor, whoever it is, to compensate the government of Guam in the event that there is a successful protest and then costs to the government, irrespective of the fact that that proposer and subsequent contractor wasn't responsible for the mistakes. In other words, I think the public auditor has already found, and I agree with her, that none of the proposers have acted in bad faith or done anything incorrect or fraudulent or inappropriate. All of them have been acting on the desire to win a contract, but also to make sure the procurement process went forward correctly. So if we, the government, have made a mistake and subsequently a protest is found to be successful, I think we, the government, are responsible for the cost of that, whatever it may be. I honestly don't believe that that's going to happen. I think that this procurement has been vetted pretty well by 2 protests, and but again, what a court may rule down the road, I can't predict. And what council may find, again, I can't put myself in the mind of Michael Berman or counsel for GCIF or the GEFF in terms of how they may perceive things. My focus is so much the government's focus that I'm having difficulty knowing exactly what they may see as problems. So I even hesitate to go there. Does that, in all fairness, does that make sense? That I'm really having difficulty understanding what they might even protest about, but I'll bet they don't have difficulty because they see the world from their interests.
Well,
Thank you. Madam Speaker, your time is up.
Oh, my time's up. Okay, thank you.
Senator Tariwi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, let's have a situation here where today, we don't pass this bill. And we move on because everything is in place at this point. And they go to bond, even without this bill. And let's say they were able to get financing, okay? They got financing. Give me the timeline in which they can start the process from start to groundbreaking at JFK.
The better person to ask, honestly, is Mr. Dirks, because he understands how long it's going to take to get the financing. I really think that the time is involved in acquiring the financing. Almost all the agreements have been agreed to in principle. So the real time factor is how long will it take to get the financing. Once the financing is acquired...
How about normally? Usually in any procurement,
again,
let's say...
I don't,
yeah.
It's not what I do, Senator. I don't know normal or abnormal, and I can't answer your question.
I know you just
I'm
got
sorry, I
into
wish
office,
I
you know,
could.
and stuff like. Okay, so let's just say, for instance, they get the bond. Okay, they were able to float the bond. They get the financing. Okay.
Right.
Once that's been done, what's the timeline after that?
I'm pretty sure Mr. Leon Guerrero needs to then assess that, confirm that it's all fair and reasonable, and assuming he's done that, advise the governor signs all the right pieces of paper. I'll bet you'll see an announcement within a couple of days that there's going to be a groundbreaking. I think it's going to be very short, once the financing is secured and the award is made. Because the award cannot be made till the financing is secured.
Okay, I guess then I'll save the questions for
But
Gita when they come up.
Real quick, though.
Sure, go ahead.
No, it'll be very quick once the financing is in place and the documents are signed.
Okay, last question. Since we've gone through this process already, we've gone to the OPA, we've gone to the courts, they have heard it. If there is another protest and it goes to the courts, what is the probability of the courts knowing that this has already gone through such an extreme process over and over and saying that, okay, the protest is not warrant, move on? I know you can't speculate for a judge, but in your opinion, yeah.
In all fairness, in 33 or 34 years of practice, what I've said to my clients when we're going to court is, I'm not going to predict what a judge is going to do. I can tell you what our case is about, I can tell you how good it is, I can tell you about the other side's case and how good it is, but honestly, Senator, I can't tell you what a judge may do on any day of the week.
But in your experience,
yes,
in my experience,
knowing
that something has been put through the ringer already, in your experience, and they've seen that this court decided, the OPA has decided, and they would let this individual go, in your experience,
yes.
What is the probability, in your professional opinion, the probability?
I've answered your question. In my experience, Senator, with all due respect, I can't predict it. Any lawyer who's going to tell you what a judge is going to do, go get a different lawyer.
No, I'm not asking you what the judge is going to do. I'm talking about your experience seeing laws going into court and seeing things like this happen in your experience. I'm not asking you what the judge is going to predict. Just in your experience, something like this happening that you have seen that the remedy or the order was in that favor. Can you?
I can't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm answering you honestly.
Okay.
I just cannot
so
predict
it's,
that.
to you, it's 50-50.
No, I haven't said that. I can't predict it.
Thank you very much,
Good
Senator.
try, Senator Tiger.
Thank you
very much.
Senator Etta.
Nice try, Senator Titagui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the OPA and also the Attorney General. We've gotten to this point probably by, it seems to be the financing part, hasn't it? Where you were saying that it was over the radar, where Gita was over at the bond market looking for financing with one of the bidders. In the original RFP, did it spell out, I mean, from the scope of work to financing, was it clear and concise as to what is required of the bidders, and that do you feel that the bidders understood it clearly?
Just from the RFP itself is pretty thick, but just overall, this was a design build, meaning it was really up to each of the bidders to design a school, and there was variations in the size that was mentioned. For example, in one of our opinions, I can't remember now which opinion had it, but there were variations in the size. When I looked at the different documents, there were 3 different versions of the schools. You know, what we said was, what happened here is Public Works did not have the opportunity to sit down with DPW, with the Guam education people and say, what kind of school do you want? It just said, we want to build a school, go out and build a school. So it was up to the minds of each of the bidders to come up with conceptually with what they wanted to build. And in that process, because each of the proposals were very different, so it was a challenge to figure out, you know, from a square footage point of view, where the cost comparable, you know that type of thing. Certain kind of parameters, in other words, was what I was trying to look at when we were looking at the things, because we did have a wide variation. But overall, again, going back and listening to the presentation and seeing the scoring and trying to put ourselves in place, not to substitute, is our opinion better, but just to understand how each of the evaluators done. We concluded that they did a fair and impartial evaluation. There was question of one of the evaluators, but even that particular evaluator, the difference in points were very nominal. You know, so what we concluded was that each of the evaluators made an independent, fair evaluation based primarily not so much on the financing, but what kind of JFK they were going to get. Okay, and we were satisfied with that, because what happened afterwards, that scoring was done in early January, and it wasn't until about 2 months later, because DPW went back and evaluated it again, and even brought in Gita to evaluate the financing, because what we did find that there was minimal discussion about the financing, and that was a concern that we had. And then Gita went back to evaluate all 3 of the proposals and concluded similarly for the number 1 ranked bidder.
I can briefly answer your question this way, Senator. I don't know what was in the minds of the offerers, but I did have the opportunity to both review the request for proposal and all 3 offers. And all 3 offers, it's apparent from the offers that they understood the request for proposal and responded to it. So in other words, although they may have had some difficulties in understanding what was intended, they certainly communicated consistently within the parameters set by the request for proposal. So how difficult was that for them to do? I don't know. Did they follow the directions and stay within the scope of the project as it was defined in the RFP? Yes. So they must have understood it. Now, mind you, there was a meeting with potential proposers, as I understand it, so a lot of questions were asked and answered. That's all in the procurement record. And so there was some opportunity for potential proposers out there to get better information once they had the document. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions from
Oh, second round, I'm sorry. Senator Palacios and then Senator Munya Barnes. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have just two questions for the AG, and at this point, of course, I appreciate the explanation, and I feel a little bit more comfortable now. But I'd like to pose the two questions, and then the response of the AG, I would like, of course, the OPA to respond. But let me just pose the two questions and conserve my time. And I like to ask the AG, maybe you can explain why won the proposed amendment, which is to amend Section 58A105. Why would it not apply to any future award? That's one question. Don't respond yet.
Good.
And then the other one is that if there's an amendment, would this be just a minor amendment on the procurement process overall, or what are the implications of this on future?
Okay.
Now, based on your response, I would like, of course, the OPA to hopefully respond, listen to your response and maybe give me her response, considering, of course, Madam OPA, your position as the hearing officer for procurement appeals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Senator. Your first question was why the proposed amendment does not affect future procurements or the procurement law. Because when the legislature initially authorized this building of JFK, they created a statute to do so, Section 58A of Title 5. This amendment is to Section 58A, and it is only applicable to Section 58A 105, so it doesn't change the procurement law. I want to be clear on that. It does not change the procurement law, but it does change this procurement. And is it a minor or a major change?
But 58A is to begin with, has to do only with JFK.
Only with JFK,
okay,
that's correct.
That's the point.
Only with JFK.
That's the point, okay.
And frankly, this is a major change. I'm not going to, this is not a minor something we're just fiddling with. We're
I understand
taking
it's
away,
a major change.
It's a major change.
On that section only.
Yes.
But actually no effect on the overall Title 5.
It doesn't change the overall procurement law at all, but it certainly changes this procurement in a significant way. This is a difficult question. This is a difficult question. This is a policy question that you have to fight with and decide for yourselves. Okay? You're welcome.
Senator, it's a very good question. I'm satisfied that it doesn't affect the rest of the procurement law. I was always troubled at the beginning that, the legislature continues. This is not the only legislation we've had to do a particular thing. We've had legislation to bypass the procurement process to buy fire trucks. We've had legislation to bypass this, to bypass this. So to answer the question, could there be other precedents? Yes. How this will affect, I really don't know, Senator. I am troubled. That's why I would like to hear what Stan Dirks has to say, because I am troubled by this, because the whole process of the procurement is to preserve the procurement integrity. And I'm still wrestling in my mind why Mr. Dirks feels he needs to have this legislation. I'm glad to hear that John Weisenberger and the rest of the AG's office struggled with this for a long time, and that is gratifying to know. So apparently he's come to the table very much later. He's had much more opportunity to vet this, and I understand your predicament of trying to decide this in one day because of a special session. So I fully understand this, and I'm not really ready to say this because I really would like to hear Mr. Dirks do this, because I do find it a little bit troubling. But in all fairness, and after hearing the reassurance, I'm slowly getting there, but I'm still not fully convinced, and I do appreciate your concern. So in honesty, having just heard this, I'm listening as much as you are as to try to understand, and I really would, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Senator Munoz Barnes.
Sitos Masi, Mr. Chair. Senator Brooks, I'm so glad you said that because as troubling as your mind is, I share the same sentiments, and I'm really, really trying to just in my mind as simply as I can, sometimes even if I had to do something like this for my own finances, for my own mortgage, for my, what will I do and how will I do it? And that just comes to mind, knowing that the AGs and the Office of Public Accountability has gone through the process in reference to this pre-protest that's gone before, and knowing that we can protest at any time, the bidders can propose it, can protest at any time. What prevents the, and you said that the answer, that the only reason why we can't move forward in this because we're at a juncture where we can't move forward because bond counsel needs this. That's the correct statement to say, right? Okay.
Yes.
If we were to award, take for example this didn't, I'm just being assumptuous again and assuming, take for example this doesn't go through and we just say award the contract. And because we followed all the procedures to that, nobody's in violation, you've gone through A to Z, move forward, because if we move forward with the award, there is a 14-day window for the protest to come in, am I right?
Yes.
What?
No? Yes?
Hold on. Can I try to answer your question now? Or do you want to finish?
Well, okay, then my take is that the period is there, and if the appeal process goes through you guys through the protest, you've already been there and done that. And what says you can't just ratify whatever protest comes to hand on this matter and then proceed forward after that 14-day window time? So I'm just trying to put it in a perspective simply so that everybody who's listening can understand. Because let me tell you, as troubling as your body composition is showing me that you're as troubled as this as I am, I'm telling you, I'm feeling the same sentiments.
Allow me the opportunity to explain why there's no award until there's financing, and then share with you an alternative approach, which Mr. Dirks will also discuss. First of all, with this particular type of procurement, because the procurement includes financing as well as building a school, there cannot be an award until the financing has been secured by IBC. Even though everything else may have been resolved between the government and IBC, the crux of this procurement is to procure from an offerer who has acquired the financing. We can't, under the current state of this law, award a contract to someone until they have acquired the financing.
I know the financing's supposed to be on a completely...
No. This is how it was designed by the legislature, Senator. Go out and get the financing proposers, bring it back with a plan to build a school. That's what the RFP calls for. We can't, So IBC wants to go out and get the financing. They need GITA and GITA's bond counsel standing next to them, because in the law you required that this be tax-exempt financing. That's what the law requires, tax-exempt financing. In order to get tax-exempt financing, GITA must stand right next to the proposer to get the financing, because it ain't tax-exempt unless the government of Guam agrees and jumps through certain hoops, like the bond counsel providing an opinion required by the federal law, okay? So the whole crux of this particular procurement, unlike most others, is that bring the financing forward and then we will award the contract. We can't award it until we know how much the financing costs. How can Mr. Leon Guerrero say it's fair and reasonable until he knows how much it costs? Okay, so Mr. Dirks will describe for you a completely different scenario that would require us some time to draft a different proposed piece of legislation. Again, particular to this procurement, which would change the concept of an award to a different concept. Award being made prior to the financing, then the award's announced, and then the 14 days runs, and then Mr. Dirks can give an unqualified opinion because the statutory time within which to protest has passed. This is what we spent so much time disagreeing with each other about as we went forward. He's saying, oh no, award can be sooner, and I'm saying, no sir, it cannot be any sooner than the financing is secured, because that's how it's designed.
So we can't separate the
You can in some other procurement if you'd like to, Senator, but you can't in this one because we've already told them how it's going to work.
Yeah.
It's too late to change that now. Also, why did we combine it the way we did? Because we didn't want this to be there's a ceiling on the government of Guam's debt.
Yes.
So the government of Guam isn't borrowing money in this case, IBC is. And because IBC is borrowing the money, this doesn't add to our debt. If it added to our debt, we wouldn't be able to do it because it would put us over the ceiling.
Right.
So this is a device, by the way, used by many states and the federal government for the very same reason. Proposer, go out and get the financing, make it tax exempt. We'll stand next to you to prove that it's tax exempt, but you've got to get the financing. And, by the way, it's bound by the yearly appropriations, which also makes it not financing of the government of Guam. So it was designed to address a different problem the government has, i.e. the debt ceiling limitation. So in order to do that, we designed it this way. Now we're bound by the design, which is there's no award until there's financing. That's my best explanation. I hope it makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unless there's any further questions from the committee, I'm going to go ahead and call in the next panel. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much again. I just pulled out in the Guam Code annotated what you quoted on Title V for remedies, and in this it actually only talks about a contractor acting fraudulently or in bad faith. In this case, you're saying since the contract here, the RFP is 70% financing and then 30% construction, if the contractor is unable to get the financing, how then would this remedy kick in when it's only for a fraudulent action or bad faith? What remedy does the government have now in this case?
I'm sorry, Senator, are you looking at section 5452?
Yes.
Senator.
So do you have, is there another section?
No, Senator. Section A1 deals with contractors who have not acted fraudulently, and A2 deals with contractors that have acted fraudulently. If you look at 5452A1, if the person awarded the contract has not acted fraudulently or in bad faith. 5452A2, if the person awarded the contract has acted fraudulently or in bad faith. One deals with the contractor who has not acted fraudulently. Two deals with the contractor who has acted fraudulently. Note that in both sections, there is still a remedy to go forward with the contract. Even where a contractor has acted fraudulently, there is still the option left to the court to ratify and affirm the contract because it's in the best interest of the territory. But that's not where we're at. We're at 5452A1. Do you see that, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I am. But so maybe you need to define then exactly, not acted fraudulently or in bad faith, what that is. Because you're saying earlier that the only way to move forward then is to provide, to be able to assure or secure the financing before the award is made.
No. The award will be made at the time the financing is secured.
You're right. So, but the question is, if the financing is not secured, what remedies does the government have?
There's no remedy. There will be no award, and there will be
So
no
then there won't be an
JFK.
award then.
If
No,
none of the
but what is the liability to the government then, having gone that far?
the liability, well, I'm not sure that there's liability, but we have to just start over.
Okay,
I
but
mean-
there's no liability in a sense because you indicated
No,
earlier
the-
that these companies naturally have expended, monies, of course, in the planning and all
Yeah.
that.
Both the procurement law states very clearly that proposers take the risk of submitting proposals and they're not going to be compensated for their costs, period. The RFP states very clearly to all potential proposers, if you submit a proposal, you bear the expense. I was speculating, simply speculating that even though the law says that, a court could still award costs and expenses. They do that sometimes. That's why I couldn't answer Senator Titegui's very good question. I can't tell you what courts may do, but this is something they may do. If we take away the remedy of rescinding the contract, a court may decide that just fairness says we ought to reimburse such and such because they were right. No, we can't undo the contract because the legislature said we couldn't, but we want to help them out. I'm just speculating. But the law doesn't provide for it, and the court shouldn't award it, but that doesn't stop them.
But we're talking about this going through the courts now.
I'm not, no, Senator.
But I want to take it to a different scenario where it doesn't go to the court, like you said. If the the financing isn't secured, then an award cannot be made, and therefore we have to start all over.
Then
Do we have to
DPW
wait to go to court to make that decision?
No.
Or can that be done?
DPW at any time, Senator, can declare the procurement over. At any time, the law and the RFP both provide that DPW, if it's in the interest of the territory of Guam, can cancel the procurement up until the point of an award. Prior to an award, DPW has the option of declaring the procurement over and starting over, or just going away and not trying to procure that item again. So, but I think I'm assuming because I've been working with the governor and GITA and DPW on this, they don't want to do that. They want to build JFK High School, so they're still trying to make this procurement work. But they could cancel it. And no, none of the proposers would be able to get any remedies if they did that according to the law. The big loser would be IBC because they've spent a lot of time and energy and money trying to secure in good faith with us this contract.
Thank you very much.
Does that help?
Yes, absolutely, and
Thank
that's
you.
very good information to have.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Taitigui.
Thank you. Earlier, you mentioned we could not separate the two. The award, you were
Right.
talking about earlier how you cannot separate because we're following a process.
Right,
We also have the authority, based on the best interest of Guam,
right.
that we can stop the procurement. Okay,
Yes.
we all know that the situation here lies with being able to obtain the loan, the bond, to float the bond out there. If we were to stop everything right now in the best interest, because we can't seem to, really agree to some things here, especially when it comes to our the integrity of our procurement laws, to damage that in any way. If we stopped right now, they closed it, and considering all the aspects that we have already in place, the maintenance, the annual maintenance costs, all those things that they have brought forth to you, and having the authority to expedite, in that sense, to move faster in a procurement, what are the timelines once a procurement has been out in the public, an RFP is out there? How many days do you have? Once that's been decided and the certificate has been given, and before we get started, we decide, for the sake of bond counsel, to allow the award to be given first and then proceed on, and with a clause in there, an amendment in there, once the award has been given, then saying, based on, having the final say, but the award has already been given, bond counsel's happy because the 14 days had passed for any protest. By the way, you do know that, I do understand that there still can be protest even if this law has gone through, okay?
That's right.
So 14 days had passed. It has been awarded, but with the clause in there, like I said earlier, depending on financial, the interest rate, because we're concerned about that. We don't want to give away the whole, house and everything like that. Because I do understand how we began the process without that turnaround switch. Give me, in your opinion, a timeline and where we have the authority to, expedite the procurement process.
I'm going to try to answer your question this way, Senator. First of all, I'm not sure I like that approach at all or that it's a good idea. It was, hold on, to change the concept of the award to try and trigger some kind of 14-day period, to me, is a much more radical departure from the procurement law and, more importantly, from this RFP than what we're proposing to do in this bill.
The 14 days, the opportunity for those to protest. There's a window, right, that they're allowed to protest within 14 days. I'm not taking away from the procurement process in itself. I'm just asking for the timeline. From the time that an RFP is sent out, we've already have all the information needed to build JFK and to move forward. All that information that's been gathered by DPW and the work that they've put into this over a year and a half. I'm talking about the timeline from issuing out the RFP, then having that 14-day window for any protest, and then switching the award scenario so that bond counsel can be happy and keeping our integrity of procurement. I just need a timeline.
And Senator, with all due respect, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me, so I can't answer your question. There's too many variables there for me to know how long it's going to take to get where.
Okay, I understand. What I'll do is I'll talk with you later about that to try and make you understand, because I don't have very much time at this
correct,
point.
and I apologize
so,
for not.
I will basically go with you on the timeline scenario and to see if that we can still reach some type of agreement, because I too want to see JFK up and running as soon as possible. No problem. We'll talk after.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take a Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. First off, who is the signatories to the contract?
Well, when there is a series of contracts,
right.
The governor of Guam will be the government signatory. I will be signing. I will be approving as to legality and form.
Okay.
The contractor and perhaps their financer, depending upon how these things are structured. But yes, on the government side, the governor of Guam is going to be the signatory for the territory.
Okay.
On the other side, it's going to depend on who the contract goes to. But if it were the current person we're negotiating with, International Bridge Corporation, I think that there are going to be two signatories, International Bridge Corporation and their partner called Capital Finance, generally referred to as CAPFA, and there may be a signature on some of the documents from a trustee, from an underwriter, from a number of other different parties who have to be there on some of the agreements.
Okay, well, I would prefer that we're basing the assumptions on, you know, with all IBC and everything, that we just say the
Yes.
contractor.
The contractor or the contractor's partner. In some documents, the trustee, bank, and the underwriter.
Okay, there's, actually, we're having a discussion, and maybe, what's your input on this thing of, and I recall that with our contract with the temporary facility, JFK facility, that included the signature of the speaker.
I don't know about that, Senator. I don't believe the speaker needs to sign or can actually, I don't think the speaker can bind the government of Guam. Maybe if it's something the legislature is acquiring for the legislature.
Well, and then maybe that would be the
But only the governor,
question.
as I understand it, with regard to this particular procurement, can bind the government of Guam, only the governor.
Okay, so there is that discussion, and if you can, Mr. Chair, just as a point of clarification, ask the speaker if she signed the contract.
There's one, I mean, I've never signed, and I don't know in previous legislatures, but for the JFK interim contract, and I was very surprised actually that they had included the superintendent of education, and they included the legislature, myself as the speaker of the legislature, to sign off. And you know, I was really hesitant to sign off, and I didn't know why you know, the legislature was included, and that's why I guess, you know, the question.
I don't know why either, Madam Speaker, and my chief deputy doesn't know why either, so I'm sorry I can't answer that.
Well, because I'll move over here. Thanks, sis.
I knew you were back there.
So I think one of the discussion and the questions, I'm sorry, thank you, is trying to find a way to be able to make this work. What are your thoughts in as far as having this contract needing to have a signature block for the speaker?
I don't think under the Organic Act the Speaker or the legislature can bind the government of Guam to anything. The governor has the authority to do executive acts.
I understand.
Only the governor, Senator, can do that. The Speaker doesn't have the authority to do that for binding the government to a contract.
Well, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, are we going to be able to, if we have further questions, come back and ask?
I was going to recommend that when we bring up the third panel, I'm going to ask that the AG's office remain here. I don't know that the OPA, because we're probably getting more into the legal questions now on the financing.
That is fine, and then we can continue my discussions later.
Right. So if there's no further questions, what I would like to do. What I would like to do is take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. I got now 10 minutes to 5. We'll come back at 5 p.m. We'll bring in the third panel, which would be Gita and the bond counsel. And I'll also ask the Attorney General's office to remain. And I think the issue is important enough that we're going to need to go as long as we can this evening to address this issue. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Recess. Joining us in the panel is to my left, Mr. Stan Dirks, the bond counsel for the government, Director, former Senator Tony Bloss, the executive director for the GIDA, and to his left is Ms. Tina Garcia, also with GIDA. And still present up here with us are the Attorney General and his Chief Deputy. I'm going to go ahead and open up by allowing bond counsel to make some opening remarks, and then we will open it up to the committee for questions.
Good afternoon. I guess it is still afternoon. Madam Speaker and members of the legislature. My name is Stan Dirks. I'm with the law firm of Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. I have worked with the government of Guam and its agencies and instrumentalities to implement financings since 1979. Let me assure you to start with that I would like to finance, design, build, and construct JFK as rapidly as anyone on island wants to get it done. Very much it is our objective to achieve that goal. Second point I would like to make is that I am the messenger. What we have here is not a standard that somehow I've devised or law firms have devised. I have a standard that we are dealing with that is a standard in the financial markets. To sell a bond to an investor, the financial markets require that the bond be accompanied by an opinion of an independent law firm, expert in matters about municipal finance law and the tax-exempt nature of those obligations. That opinion that needs to be delivered with a bond in order for investors to actually take delivery of it and pay for it responds to a high standard. It is, in fact, a relatively conservative standard, if you want to look at it that way. Bond counsel needs to be relatively certain that the bond that is on which he or she is giving an opinion is valid and binding, and in the case of tax-exempt bonds, is tax-exempt, exempt from federal income tax. The way that opinion standard is sometimes described is that it must be unreasonable for a court, if presented with the question, to decide otherwise. So it's a relatively conservative standard. Part of what goes into deciding whether that standard has been met is the determination of whether there is any litigation, either actual or threatened, that might go to the validity or enforceability of the bonds, or the tax-exempt nature of interest on those bonds. So, for example, when we went out late last year with the first attempt to do the JFK financing, one of the paragraphs in the official statement, the statement to potential investors conveying to them all material information about the securities, read as follows. As of the date hereof, there is no litigation of any nature pending or threatened to restrain or enjoin the issuance, sale, execution, or delivery of the certificates, or contesting or affecting the validity of the certificates, or any proceedings or authority of lessee or lessor taken with respect to the issuance or sale thereof, or the pledge or application of any monies or securities for the certificates, or the existence of the powers of the lessee. So, I mean, that in legalese, what that means is there is no pending or threatened litigation that would affect down the road, if determined adversely, would affect the investor's receipt of payments on that security. So please treat me as the messenger. Don't shoot me. And but let me describe to you, when I can, in response to your questions, what that means in this particular case. I would say a second brief topic is there have been a number of questions about whether or not this is unprecedented or what the precedent is for laws of this sort that would provide certainty to investors. And I can tell you there are at least a dozen laws on the books of the government of Guam that are quite analogous to this current situation. They deal not with certificate of participation financings, but they deal with the government's regular issuance of either general obligation bonds or revenue bonds or limited obligation bonds. And there is a section, for example, in every general obligation bond statute adopted by this legislature that says that the bonds, when issued, shall be the valid and binding obligations of the government of Guam. That is a statutory statement that says you can't protest the procurement here. When the underwriters buy these bonds and they are issued to the underwriters, you can't come in and say you should have selected some other underwriter, and you can't say that the procurement proceedings that went along with this bond issue and its purposes are not appropriate, and therefore this bond should be declared invalid. The bonds are, by statute, declared to be valid and binding. Similarly, each of those statutes, those general obligation bond statutes, has in it a sentence that says that neither the validity and enforceability of the bond shall not be affected by any of the proceedings, procurement proceedings or otherwise, for the implementation of the projects. And in that way, they separate out procurement for the projects from the validity and enforceability of the bonds. So those kinds of statutes exist on Guam, they exist in other jurisdictions. And finally, I would note that other jurisdictions often, for example, California, California laws provide that school districts can enter into leases without going through this same kind of procurement process and without subjecting those leases to procurement protest. They do require competitive bids for construction contracts, and so what California school districts do when they implement financings similar in character to this one is they separate the lease obligation from the construction contract, and they bid the construction contract but enter into the lease agreements without bidding. Because of the way, as the Attorney General previously described here, this RFP and the statute under which this was done link all of this together, design, build, finance, construct, and maintain as well. This is a package deal, and what you see in front of you is our best shot at implementing this financing so that it can be done in a timely way to permit the construction of the school by the fall of 2011. That would conclude my introductory remarks.
Anyone in the panel would like to make a presentation? No, not at this time. Okay. At this time, I would like to recognize Speaker Wampat, who is the first speaker, and those who desire to pose some questions. Maybe I can start putting you down on the list.
Thank you very much. I know I better ask my questions quickly as I can, otherwise I have to wait my second term. I had asked this question earlier with the AG about his familiarity of the JFK procurement and how that differs from the municipal lease. And I know when I met with you a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think, that you had mentioned that at least with the 4 other schools that somehow did not raise a red flag because he was actually being paid for by compact impact money versus now in this case where the contractor actually has to go out and get its own financing. You had indicated there the possibility, and I don't know whether it's just thinking out loud, because a question was asked earlier that you said that we may need to bifurcate the financial plan from the construction plan. That's how all this discussion had started. And to close that gap of the 14 days so that no one then can file a protest. Now, that part about closing the 14 days is, in this legislation, in this bill. However, nothing to the effect about separating the two plans. And if by chance separating those two, financial plan from the construction plan, can you proceed?
I think there were at least 3 or 4 questions in the statement you just made. Let me see if I can remember them each one by one. The financing of the 4 schools that you indicate, historically having been different from this one. The primary difference was that as we approached financing and implemented the financing, there was no threatened litigation. There wasn't any second bidder or third bidder who was protesting. There were not even any threats of any protest. And in fact, we were in exactly the same position as that as we approached the sale of the JFK financing in August of last year. There, as I just read to you from the official statement for the JFK financing, there was no threatened litigation at that point. And so we were able to go ahead and complete the GEFF financing of the 4 schools because there was no threatened litigation at that point. And that's what's different here, is that we have a losing bidder who has demonstrated its capacity to protest and its intention, if you will, to at least think about protesting going forward in a way that causes us to think that our disclosures to investors would have to be so draconian here that we would not be able to complete this financing if we had to go forward without this legislation. Now, could we do this in other ways? There are other ways in which we could do this. There are clearly other ways you could implement JFK. I mean, you could cancel this whole procurement and proceed a completely different way. I think we all have, those of us working on the financing, think that that's highly unlikely. Proceeding that way is highly unlikely to result in a school by the fall of 2011. We could, for example, I know that the Attorney General is not terribly fond of this proposal. We could provide that award occurs earlier in the process and allow the passage of the 14 days, or trigger, actually, I should correct that, trigger the start of the 14 days prior to when all of the agreements need to be entered into as a final and unalterable matter. But all that does is trigger the time period a little earlier, allow the protests to be filed a little earlier, and if a protest is filed, we might have a year or two's delay. So it doesn't solve the problem of being as certain as we can that JFK will be built before the fall of 2011. All it does is give us a way that ultimately we think would produce a JFK, but it doesn't produce it on the same timetable.
One other question. Everyone here has been asking, wondering really the true, in layman's term, to explain then now in this case the unqualified opinion versus a no merit opinion.
Let me put it this way. It's entirely possible that if litigation were filed over the validity of this legislation, let's say this legislation is passed and somebody files a lawsuit challenging this legislation. because that question presents almost entirely matters of law, we lawyers can reason through it and decide that as a matter of law that litigation has no merit. We haven't gone through that entire process, but I can tell you we would do it quite seriously and could achieve the no merit level of comfort. If you can give a no merit opinion, you can ignore the litigation and proceed with the financing, saying this financing is valid and binding and enforceable in accordance with its terms. Compare that to the situation of a potential litigation over whether this procurement process was conducted properly from beginning to end. That's an intensely factual inquiry. It's highly unlikely that anyone would get to the point of being able to deliver a no merit opinion to the effect that that process was conducted properly from beginning to end. And that's what you would have to do in order to give a no merit opinion. Now, we can offer our perspective on those facts and say the facts as we know them show that this procurement was conducted properly from beginning to end. Yeah, could you have done it better here or there? Perhaps. Is there any question in the minds of those of us working on this deal that the process was conducted in a way that presents to the government of Guam an excellent transaction? No. I think we are all confident that it presents in proposed form to you a transaction that gets JFK built on a very fair and reasonable basis. But giving a no merit opinion on that would be very, very difficult.
But the AG, OPA, and DPW demonstrated that from beginning to end, that the whole process was conducted properly. And if that end being the case, and based on their testimonies, then you should be able then to use the no merit.
I cannot, because it's an intensely factual inquiry and I don't know all the facts. And I don't think without a court proceeding you can get to the bottom of every last little fact that might be relevant. And as the Attorney General has already expressed his viewpoint, predicting what a court would do when presented with this entire record is not something that we lawyers want to be in the business of doing.
So because then the no merit opinion then is much more rigorous to actually prove then that everything the government of Guam did was proper, above bar and all that, then that the easier way, I'm thinking now, is the unqualified opinion.
Well, the easier way is to adopt this statute that provides a clear basis for an unqualified opinion.
So what is to stop the bond market, the bond people then, from not moving forward if anyone who, let's say, hypothetically, wants to protest and communicates them, contacts them, and and present to them that they are going to file.
Nothing prevents.
And then so hypothetically, how would they react? In your experiences with the bond people, what would their reaction be?
I can assure you that there would be some buyers who would not buy in the face of litigation, even if a no merit opinion were given. They simply don't want to take that risk. And I would say this is really something for your financial advisors to tell you rather than your lawyer to tell you, and I am your lawyer, not your financial advisor. But the market for this type of tax-exempt obligation is thin enough. That is to say, there are few enough buyers that you cannot afford to lose any of them because of that kind of question. We really need to present to them a situation in which the validity of the obligations is beyond question.
So with litigations out there looming somehow, would that in any way affect the rating or the points in which this financing will be affected?
The fewer buyers that you have, the higher the interest rate is likely to be, because there wouldn't be competition among the buyers for your paper, which is otherwise quite attractive, the triple tax exemption, et cetera. If you can get it, in general, the fact that buyers are looking for yield now makes your paper generally attractive. But if you have litigation risk, if you have legal risk, buyers don't like that.
And one last question. What is the time frame, basically? The bill passes, the governor signs it into law, they go out now to get the financing. What is the time frame to be able to secure the financing?
I would say we should be able to complete a financing, and this is like predicting what a court decision would be. It's not easy, but if we all had nothing else to do, we might be able to get to it in a month or 6 weeks. We might get it done. If we take a more normal period of time, it might take 2 or 3 months, just because we have to rewrite this document, which is the disclosure document to investors, and make sure that it includes up-to-date information about GovGuam finances. And there are some other minor things that need to be negotiated about the final agreements, but they're relatively minor, and the process should move very quickly.
Thank you very much. Any more wanted to pose a question? Because I have nobody on the list. Go ahead, Senator Tadegwe.
Okay. How is you're an attorney, so but you also deal in finances, and I'm pretty sure you check out the stock exchange every once in a while and find out what the climate is out there with regards to being able to float bonds. Compared to what we were last year, what does the climate look like out there with regards to being able to find investors who are looking for this tax exemption as such, which is very attractive, like you said, today versus maybe, well, you can't predict the future if we all be rich on that part, right? But I mean, as far as today and what happened in the past when we first went out with regards to this floating the bond to today, what does it look like out there?
Today's market is roughly the same as what it was like in when we were first trying to sell this financing. It's roughly the same. The really bad market was from the say September of 2008 through the first quarter and into the second quarter of 2009. We first tried to sell the JFK financing in the third quarter of 2009. By that time, things were sorting themselves out, at least to some degree. Now, there are still a number of aspects of the market that are not straightened out at all. But for this kind of paper and this kind of financing, the market has been relatively stable over the last year.
So basically, it's looking a little bit better, not quite, but I know you said stabilizing, but it has gotten a little bit better today.
Well, some interest rates have gone down,
okay,
but not dramatically.
So it has just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Now, when deciding, when you have these papers and the investors are looking at the individual, like say IBC, its integrity or its in merit, I mean, that plays a factor into these investors. The company itself, does it or does it not?
In this particular structure, the role of the company is in effect to act as a conduit for the transmission of payments from the government of Guam to the investors. Now, in that conduit role, they are responsible for providing the facility that GovGuam needs and wants. And so what investors are looking at primarily with respect to the company is its capacity to build this facility and maintain it. They are not looking to the financial capacity of the company, to the credit of the company. because the company is passing through payments from GovGuam. The lease payments that GovGuam makes are the payments that are actually participated out, and I know that's not an easy concept, to investors.
No, I understand that, but what if for some reason this company doesn't build it correctly, or they have they didn't keep up to the obligations or what was required in the contract? I mean, we can stop this payment, based on that contract.
That's why the company's ability to build and maintain the facility is critical to investors, because they know among other things, they know among other things that the incentive for the government to continue to make its payments is having a facility that works for its high school kids.
Okay, and does that have merit on the amount of interest rate? Do you go based on interest rate on the market, or based on the circumstances of the situation and what we're at? Like if we didn't have this bill, when you would go out, or let's say we had this bill, okay, because it's something that they want out there, the amount of the interest rate that I think I've heard it from someone, I think it was 8 to 9% out there on interest rate. But if we had this bill, would it have any bearing to the interest rate that we will be charged for it?
Well, you will have the opportunity to pay an interest rate if we have this bill. If we don't have this bill, you won't be paying any interest rate because the deal won't be done, at least not on this basis, not as structured. But let me answer your question more to the point. The interest rate will be determined primarily by the security for the financing. And yes, investors will look at the capacity of the company to build and maintain the facility, but the primary determinant is GovGuam's capacity to pay and incentive to pay. And people have talked about 8 or 9% interest rates. We all hope that it doesn't have to be that high, but we haven't yet finished the deal, so we don't know exactly what it would be.
Then my next question would be to the AG's office. I heard earlier about a cap being put on. Is there anything in the request for proposal or the way the process is being done to have a certain cap on the interest rate? I mean, I know there's nothing on the amount that we can go out, DPW can agree on in building the JFK, but what about the interest rate?
I'm going to ask Mr. Blas to answer that question. I don't believe that there is a cap on the interest rate in the bill, but I don't have the bill in front of me, Senator.
The bill does not have a cap on interest rate.
Okay.
It has an implied cap on the total annual payment. That's the $9.8 million number that people have been mentioning. But it does not have a cap on the interest rate as such.
That's what I thought.
Okay, I'll yield to the next person and reserve for any more questions later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else want to pose any question? Because at this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Spalding. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chair. Just to go down the same line that the previous speaker was going down, Mr. Dirks, do you recommend that there be a cap on the interest rate?
We have in almost all of the bonding statutes of the government of Guam some sort of interest rate cap. Generally, it provides enough room so that the market can move against us, if you will, between the time the statute is adopted and the time the bonds are issued, so as not to all of a sudden result in the financing not being able to be done. But we could have an interest rate. It's not my role to recommend or not recommend it.
Okay. I guess my question is more of a general question in terms of procurements of the past and this particular one. You know, the concern here, like you can give an unqualified or an unmerited statement, I should say. I don't know, what do you call it? Unqualified statement?
Unqualified opinion?
Unqualified opinion on this, which is what the market is looking for. All right. And the reason why we're going down this road is because there's a perceived threat of a protest. Is that a correct statement so far?
That's correct.
But in all other projects in the past, there is, and in all projects going forward, there is always the possibility of a threat of a protest.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it different now where you've never come back to us before, right, where there was always the possibility of a protest, but you have never come back to us to ask for this kind of an amendment?
Okay. The one case that was exactly like this one from this perspective is the GEFF financing that we were talking about before, that we completed back in 2005 or thereabouts. And in that case, you might say we got lucky. We were able to finish the financing without anyone ever threatening litigation against us, and that was the difference. So in a sense, we got lucky. All of the other financings we've done have been revenue bonds or general obligation bonds. And each of those bond statutes has had in it the provision that I previously talked about, that the bonds, when issued, shall be valid and binding obligations of the government of Guam. They did not permit protests of the obligation that would go to the validity of the obligation on the bonds. So, and that's the difference there. And then he went on to say, and you know those projects that we're financing with those bonds? Protests relating to the procurement of those projects cannot affect the validity of the bonds. So we have had in all of those other statutes these wonderful statements that give investors a great deal of comfort that say, Gov Guam, when it goes out for a financing, promises those bondholders that its obligations are valid and binding. And that's my unqualified opinion. That unqualified opinion we keep talking about is an opinion to the effect that those obligations are valid and binding.
Okay. And in essence, so you're saying that in this case, as well as for the schools, for the Guam education schools that we went through on a lease-back type basis, those were a different kind of financing mechanisms that we utilized versus, as opposed to the regular revenue bonds or the general obligation bonds. And that's why it necessitates a special provision to make sure there's a comfort level that no protests will be lodged.
That's correct.
Or at least not that no protests will be lodged, but that actually the remedies
That
to
the
any
remedies
protests
available for a
are
protest
actually very
would not,
limited.
yeah.
And that's exactly what this is doing here.
Yes.
Now going forward, knowing that, then that puts us as a legislature on notice every time we go down this road in terms of trying to figure out how do we finance a certain capital improvement project, that if we are going to use this kind of financing mechanism, that we also have to at least be now aware that there may be the requirement to put this kind of a clause in any future legislation.
That's correct. Or some similar clause that will end up having the same effect ultimately. But this kind of clause really does do it, and does it the way investors would like it done.
Okay. Now the other question I need to ask, and I don't know if you're aware that there may be the possibility that, I mean, right now we've been working, with this JFK process with a $9.8 million figure, right? I guess that would be coming out of, what is it, it's not Section 30.
Well, originally it was contemplated to be Section 30 revenues, but at this point it's more of an implied limit on the obligation of the general fund to make these payments on an annual appropriation basis.
Right, and that's right, and I believe that comes with the maturing of the bonds that are out there, the bonds that will mature in 2012.
Yes.
And then those would be the same kind of proceeds or the same amount that would be going out.
Right.
Now, if we limit that 9.8, because there are other capital improvement projects that need to take place, if we limit or put a cap on how much of that 9.8 could be used towards JFK, would that alter in any way the, I guess, what's the real way to phrase this question? Would that alter any way, first of all, our ability to go out and borrow the amount that we need for JFK right now?
It depends, of course, on what that cap is, but
Well, say for example, if the cap that I think the talk was about 6.8, 6.9%, excuse me, 6.8, 6.9 million per year, right, of that 9.8.
I defer actually to the folks who've been looking at the numbers more recently than I have.
Is there an answer to that, Gita?
We have to look at the numbers. I believe we were looking at a 6.8, 6.9 number, and
9% interest rate. I think 6.9 up to 9% interest rate max, and I think I don't have the numbers. I think
Maybe a ballpark figure at least at
about
this time.
6.9
Would
to
it
7.
allow us to borrow
6.9 to 7.1 and up to 9% interest. Up to 9%.
I'm sorry, up to 9% at 600 would allow us access to about 71 million, is what you're saying?
About the amount, yeah. About
Somewhere around there. I mean, just roughly. I'm just, you know, I know we don't have the exact numbers right now. Something like that?
So this is yeah, there is. I think this is.
Okay. Well, let me just go on to the next question then, Mr. Dirks, is that if we do go down that road and put a cap on how much of that 9.8 can be dedicated for JFK, does that put this whole project in jeopardy whatsoever? Or the financing for JFK?
The existence of the cap as such does not put the project in jeopardy. The adequacy of the cap to achieve a financing that actually accomplishes the financing is what I think we're discussing right here as to what the right number should be. But the existence of a cap in and of itself is not a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Ada.
The first question that I have is to the bond counsel. I'm just trying to understand this. It seems like a rather technical arrangement about how, if we arrange this lease back arrangement, the government passing the payment to the bondholders via the contractor does not constitute a debt for the government of Guam. Seems to be rather really clever at how we skirt the issue of not exceeding our debt limit. Can you address that, please?
Yes. It's similar with other jurisdictions. It is very common in the states, for example, that obligations that have a contingent element to them, that a contingency needs to occur before the obligation arises each year. Those kinds of contingent obligations are not treated as debts for purposes of the various debt limitations that are that exist under constitutions, for example, of the state of California. In this particular case, the contingent event is the annual appropriation by the legislature of the amount needed to pay the lease. This legislature could decide in any year down the road, 10 years, 20 years, not to appropriate the amount that is needed to make the lease payment. In that circumstance, of course, you would lose the use and enjoyment of the school. You can't have it both ways. You can't have the school and not make the payment. But if you decided on an annual appropriations basis not to fund the school payment, the investor's only remedy is to say to the bond trustee, take away the school, go try to do something else with it, lease it to a private academy or whatever, but do something with it to try to produce some revenues to pay us. Now, I have to tell you the expectation, of course, of investors is that that will never happen, is that GovGuam will continue to want and need this school, and that it will continue to pay for it, and that it will understand that if it decides in any year not to pay for it, that's a big, huge black mark in the financial markets. And it would not be a thing that the financial markets would take lightly when you next tried to sell them debt. But having said all of that, it is that, it's almost a legal fiction, if you will. But the legal fiction is, because the annual payment is subject to appropriation, the financing is not counted against the debt limit of the government of Guam. That case was actually litigated here in Guam with respect to the first GEFF financing.
So it has been tried and tested in the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been tested in the courts.
I'm going to direct my question to DPW and GIDA, and then ultimately to the Attorney General's office. Now, earlier, the OPA had indicated, and I think DPW also, that when the three proposals were evaluated, the scores were not significantly, that far apart, to the point that, number 3 was so low that you could practically throw it out and you wouldn't miss it. But that they were really pretty much close. The evaluation scores were pretty close. The differences were probably numbers-wise insignificant. Okay, and is that correct?
It's correct for proposers 1 and 2, but not the case for proposer 3. It was closer. The difference was closer with proposers 1 and 2 as opposed to proposer 3.
And was proposer number 3 significantly lower, that it could be deemed to be non-responsive? That even if you went through let's say negotiations ended with number 1, you went to number 2, was it such that you wouldn't consider going to negotiations with number 3?
No, sir. No, that would not be the case. It wasn't that significant, but there is. If we were to compare the differences between the 3, it would be close. The difference would be minimal with proposers 1 and 2 as proposers 1, 2 versus 3. But we would still negotiate. Should proposer 1 or 2 fail to comply, or the government doesn't think that what they're proposing is or what they're proposing is for the betterment of the government, then we can still negotiate with proposer number 3. We still have that opportunity.
So in essence, the situation we have in terms of the evaluation is that you have most responsive, responsive, more responsive, most responsive, but the bottom line is they're all responsive in terms of responding to the requirements of the RFP. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. I guess the GIDA was the one that made the evaluations on the financial packages that were submitted by the proposers. And again, was the evaluations of those packages similar to the evaluations that were given on the construction piece? Responsive, more responsive, most responsive, but nonetheless, all of them were responsive.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, so all the 3 bidders were responsive. And I guess then my question to the Attorney General is, I believe in the RFP clause, there was something there that DPW can, for the convenience of the government or in the interest of the community, decide. Now we're at this point where we're going through this angst here of changing, tinkering with procurement laws and issues and whatnot. And what if somebody came up and said, I don't need to go to the bond market. I've got the financing that I need, and I can start as soon as DPW can give me the permit to begin construction. Is that reason enough for DPW to say, fine, let's talk to this guy and terminate discussions with number one and begin discussions with the guy who's now seems to be most responsive because he can start tomorrow, and according to Gita, their financial proposal was responsive and their construction proposal was also responsive.
First of all, I'd like to clarify the use of the word responsive, which has a very technical meaning within procurement law. And so when the proposals, in your first series of questions, when the proposals are evaluated, they aren't evaluated on the basis of responsiveness. There is a determination made initially for each of the proposals as to whether or not they're responsive. In other words, are they offering to provide for us what we asked for in the RFP? That's what responsive means.
And I'm aware of that.
Okay, so what they're evaluated on is on the basis of factors which are set up in the RFP, and they're evaluated on the basis of how well they respond to the RFP and how the evaluator or evaluators like each proposal. So, just so we're clear that responsiveness is legally a different issue, but they are nonetheless evaluated on the basis of a series of factors in the RFP. To your second question, the procurement law does not allow the expenditure of government funds without going through the procurement process set out in the law. So unless the legislature wants to pass a law and say, hire the ABC Corporation to build JFK School for this amount of money, which I think in theory you might be able to do, DPW can't enter into discussions with any company about building JFK without going through a procurement process that gives everybody an opportunity to bid upon the proposal if it's an IFB, or I say bid upon the request if it's an invitation for bid, or provide a proposal if it's a request for proposals. So there are circumstances where people come to the government and say, I would like to do this for you. I've got what you need, and I'm going to be able to do it. We still need to go through a procurement process.
But I'm not talking about a fourth proposer.
No, I know you're not.
Who's been standing aside. I'm talking about one of the three proposers that's been in the game from the very beginning.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes. So from the very beginning, we had these three proposals. We had IBC, GEFF, GFIF.
GCIF is the third one.
Yes, that one too.
They are the International Bridge Corporation, the Guam Educational Financing Foundation, and the Guam Community Improvement Foundation. Those are the three proposers.
That's right.
Okay.
So I'm talking about those are the three.
Okay.
And I guess for whatever reason, we are where we are today, where International Bridge Corporation says, you're the guy we want to talk to. But here we are, still trying to figure out, we have to go through all these hoops so that we can go out to the bond, which may not happen for another 4-6 weeks. So there's that. Whereas if one of the three comes up and he says, I don't know why you guys have all these discussions. My construction proposal was responsive. I've got the money. We can start as soon as DPW gives me the permit to begin demolition.
I think the procurement law requires us to finish our negotiations with the highest ranked offerer and bring those to a conclusion or not. And if we can't bring them to a conclusion, the law and the RFP are clear that once we stop the negotiation with the number one proposer, we must go to the number two proposer and negotiate in good faith with them. All of this has to be on good faith, Senator. We can't just fake it now that we've begun the process and there's 3 responsive proposals, we must follow the law in resolving each proposal one at a time. So if the number 3 proposer says, now I have the money, by the way, my rich uncle died and I just happen to have 60 mil and I'm ready to go, they're just going to have to wait until we finish with number 1 and then 2 and then 3. And I believe, and Mr. Dirks wishes to get into the discussion, and I'll be glad to defer to him. He's a smarter guy than me, and let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much.
The only thing I have to say is that the statute, as currently written, requires that the financing be a tax-exempt obligation. So if this person comes with a financing package already in place, it does need to have that characteristic. So it can't just be a bank loan to the 3rd bidder.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I'm looking for interested speaker. Madam Speaker, I recognize you again.
Okay, round 2. Mr. Standerks, you had mentioned then that this was not, the pledge rather of Section 30 revenues was not the revenues that will pay this, but rather, and you said here, and I quote, that the government will make payments on an annual basis. So this is, you're saying that it's an annual appropriation versus the pledging of Section 30.
Right.
But the law says that it is the pledging of Section 30 revenues.
Well, no.
So why are we now making the switch? And well, let me finish then, because, and the reason why that we're asking this, and the reason why we had used and pledged Section 30 monies, because we feel that with the pledging of Section 30 monies is that then the investors would actually want to be able to buy, because the risk here is very small. And that too, of course, you know, immediately triggered GBB to go out and to do the exact same thing that we did, because they were trying to find monies. They wanted something more secure. And when they heard what we were going to do with JFK, they quickly, you know, also were able to try to secure that.
The problem we faced in implementing the JFK financing was a conflict within the JFK statute. It was an implied conflict, and the way we resolved the implied conflict is as follows. We have one section of the law that says you are authorized, it doesn't mandate it, but you are authorized to pledge Section 30 revenues to secure this obligation. So it speaks in terms of authorization, it speaks in terms of may. You may do that. The problem that we faced is that another section of the statute says you must accomplish this financing without it counting toward the debt limit. And the problem with a Section 30 pledge is that it turns the financing into a financing that would count against the debt limit, because it is a long-term pledge. It says to the investors, if you ever need money in order to have your obligation be paid, you can go get it from the Section 30 revenues. And since Section 30 revenues are a general fund source, under the current case law in Guam, a pledge of Section 30 revenues results in the debt that is secured by the Section 30 revenues, the obligation that is secured by the Section 30 revenues, counting against the debt limit. So that's the problem we faced. The way we resolved it was not to pledge the Section 30 revenues, even though we were authorized to do so. Now, you're absolutely right. In the meantime, in the process, the Section 30 financing for the landfill and ORDOT closure came along, and it now presents a different sort of obstacle, if you will, to pledging Section 30 revenues, because as a result of the legislative authorization of that financing, it now has a lien on Section 30 revenues.
But if you're saying that there is that conflict, and the reason for the bill itself also is to try to remove any type of conflict or litigation, why is it that nothing was done then to the existing law?
Because we resolved the conflict without needing to come back to the legislature by implementing a financing that did not pledge Section 30 revenues.
But I think that that we need to have a cleaner bill, because many times, future legislatures do not know the history of what has actually happened. In this case, now you're saying that if there was this conflict, future legislatures, maybe the 32nd, the 34th, whatever, the 35th, will go back in their research again and see this and say, okay, then this was actually done. Maybe then we can, use the same language, modify it, of course, and knowing what you know and what we know now would not be available to future legislatures.
The legislature clearly could go back at this point without getting in the way of this financing and repeal the section of the law that authorizes the Section 30 pledge, because we have not utilized it. So you could clarify the record now by doing that.
But I guess in doing that too, then we need for you to be able to provide the language in which you now currently will be using to have this then move forward. And I would like for you to provide that language to this body.
Well, as I said, it would be quite simple. You would simply remove that one section of the law. And what we would have left is the law that we are actually relying upon to implement the financing.
But it doesn't say how that's going to be done.
No, I mean, we have not proposed that in this legislation.
You're right.
Yeah, but we could add it to this legislation if you wanted to.
Yes, we definitely would. So if you can provide that, then we can have you maybe work with our legal counsel. I am kind of puzzled in a way, Mr. Dirks, that when we initially had set up how we were going to bring the different parties in to provide testimonies and respond to our question, is because we basically wanted to have the comfort that what our government officials did were correct. And that is the procurement process, the appeal that went through the OPA, the Attorney General also working closely with the lower courts, getting their opinion that the government was on the right track, that there was nothing, that the procurement was done well and within the law. But what puzzles me is your hesitancy to accept this, to accept what we've done here in the government, that somehow you feel that there is still that unqualified opinion that you feel you must give versus the no merit opinion, where you can say, granted, there's that potential litigation, but we're moving forward, and we're able to justify rather, or to support the financing, and Gita is here as well to do that. The government is going to be able to, provide the and pay for this. I really, I am.
Well, the one clarification I would make is that the court's decision is not a final decision on the merits of the protest. It's not. It's a procedural decision that says time is not yet ripe to determine the merits of this case, because there is an administrative process yet to be followed in order for those questions to be properly before the court. And that administrative process would be the protest that would occur after this deal is done under current Guam law. And that's where the problem lies, is there is the possibility of a protest after we do the deal that would then end up in court. And that's what gives us pause. That's what would give investors pause.
Are there cases that you know, since you've been doing this for many years.
A
that-
long time.
Yes, that other entities, local governments, state government, local government, federal government, whoever, that had to actually go in and modify, their loan package so that then to do something similar to this, then so that then an unqualified opinion must be given.
Yes. Is the simple answer. We could talk about various and sundry cases, but the simple answer is there have been situations before where threatened challenges prior to financing resulted in statutes that modified the basis for the financing and allowed it to proceed.
In page 3, and we're almost really throughout, is that it really continues to talk about, well, I'm not concerned about the design, construction, maintenance, all that, but it's the financing. And since this RFP is 70% financing, can you, so that as part of the legislation, I feel, because even in the original law, Public Law 29-114, is that we've actually defined certain items here in terms of contract, contractor, education agency, facility, and all that. And I would like to ask is that if you can also then provide a definition of financing to be included as well.
Where are you speaking of specifically? We've used the defined terms contract, lease, and leaseback, and those are the central agreements. They're all defined terms already. We've gone on to say any other agreements relating to the design, construction, maintenance, and financing of the education facility, primarily to bring in the concept that this is the contractor here has a number of different roles, and those roles need to be finalized and confirmed in order for the financing to proceed.
But no, I'm talking about the Public Law 29-114, where we have a section of definitions, and
yes.
and all those were written the same as for responsibilities for contractor. But in this case, we would like to, if you can provide for us, then a definition of financing.
And where would that definition be used?
Well, because when you read, and it'll be a different section,
Yeah,
of
no, I
course,
understand.
but when you read even in line 2, the financing of the education facility, then line 7, the financial instruments, 8, and then also that will finance,
Do you know-
and then line 12, again, same thing, financing.
Those terms, design, construction, maintenance, and financing, are used throughout the statute to describe what it is that GovGuam is contracting for. So they're used in many other sections of the financing, of the statute. I would literally, when I draft legislation, when I propose legislation, I pay careful attention to the terms that the statute I'm amending otherwise uses, so that I'm not deviating from the concepts otherwise used within that statute. And that phrase, design, construction, maintenance, and financing, is used elsewhere in the statute quite a number of times. We could define each of them, but I'm not sure that we would have created any material clarification in the statute in order to do that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll go ahead and continue the next round. Senator Taitigui.
Thank you. This is to Senator Tony Blas, or Mr. Blas. This question is directed to you. Have you been out there in the market? I think I've overheard something, and I just wanted to clarify it, that Gita has gone to New York to secure some financing. And could you tell me a little bit about your process in doing that, and the individual that or investors that you're approaching? Have they dealt with Guam before? Have we used that, or have they invested?
Sure.
Okay.
On the different financing that we've done, I know when we engaged with, for the most recent one we did was with GPA. In fact, we did the bonds for Guam Power Authority. And before that, we did one with the COLA issue and of course, the landfill, the limited obligation, right? And all these bond issues we've done, and we have to engage with investors. We engage with investors, and we spoke to using the entire the whole situation regarding what is the for the rating agencies, they want to look at investors want to look at what is the rating for the Section 30 bond issue. We had an investment grade rating, so we had a lower interest rate. Ultimately, we had a lower interest rate. With the COLA issue, the GO.
Actually, let's just go to this particular one that it's obvious that it looks like the agency has gone already out there.
Yes.
Because you're getting sentiments from them saying
Yes,
that they feel that this is a high risk. My question was, the individuals that you have approached, are they the same? Have they had the opportunity to invest in bonds on Guam? The current one that you're looking at right now, okay?
Oh, this
have they done bonds on Guam, invested in Guam's bonds already?
I think that one. The majority of these investors, that people all these people were engaged with, were all people who were doing the same. They invested in the different bond issues that I spoke earlier, GPA.
Okay, so it is the same companies.
Yes, and the investor base. These guys understand Guam. They're believers in. They believe in Guam. When we did that on this JFK
well,
issue,
that's good to hear. They believe in Guam. They understand Guam, and they understand the situation that we are in.
That's right.
So you have also given them their sentiments that this legislature does want to see a school put up, but for them to ask for to put this amendment is a lot to ask for this body. But I just wanted to know if those investors invested in Guam previously, and you did answer my question in that regards, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. In the event that there is, I guess I'd go to AG. In the event that there is a protest, we pass this bill, and there is a protest because there can be. You can't say there can't. If the protest comes forward, the construction will still go on regardless?
If the protest occurs after there's been an award, the procurement law provides that there is no stay of a procurement once there's an award, even though a protest has been filed. So if there's an award, which means that the financing has been acquired by IBC, the governor has signed all of the contracts, and they've been given a notice to proceed, then a protest will not stay the procurement and will not stop the construction from going forward. That, by the way, has been confirmed by a decision of the Supreme Court several years ago, confirming that once there's an award, there is no stay of a procurement. And the procurement...
But you said earlier that even if there was an award, there still can be a protest.
Of course there can be a protest, but there's no stopping of the procurement at that point. And the procurement continues. The concept of procurement includes, after the award, the actual building and whatever happens as a result of that. So in the largest context of procurement, that includes the building of the school, the lease for the next 30 years. That's all part of the procurement. And there's no stopping of that just because there's a protest if there's been an award.
That would mean the same thing even if this bill didn't pass, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Once there's an award, and if there's a protest that's timely filed, there would not be a stoppage of the procurement.
Okay, and the project can continue on?
Yes.
Right, okay. By the way, I'm sorry, one more time, Tony Blas, with regards, you said those other investors were with GPA, and what was the other? They've invested in GPA. You mentioned a couple of the agencies here that they've been involved. The same people you're asking about for this particular
all the different bond issues,
Yeah,
all the
GP.
successful bond issues that we've done. Okay, so we also had unsuccessful bond issues that we did on the cola and the landfill issue in December of 2008 and up to the early 2009. As I think, Attorney Stan Dirk spoke to that issue. Then, of course, when the market was stabilized, things were moving, and we were able to take care of those major issues. Now, given the whole...
No, I'm sorry, just for the sake of time, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm about to get cut off myself. So you mentioned GPA and the COLA and the bond, and these are the same investors that you're looking at for this particular bond?
This investor
Okay.
base, yeah, the investor base.
Same ones?
They're
Okay,
all familiar
thank
with the...
you. Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much. Senator Spaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney General, I just want to clarify something here. It's just something you just said to Senator, the previous speaker. You're saying that with this passage, if we pass this bill, bottom line, if there is a protest because there are going to be limited remedies on it, the procurement will go forward, right? And then the question.
Once there's an award.
Once there's an award.
Once there's an award, the passage of this bill will not stop a protest being made prior to an award or after an award. But if the award has been made, there will not be a stay. If there's a stay, let's assume there's a stay, there's a protest prior to the award, and there's a stay. The stay is in place until there's a final decision made on the protest and the subsequent appeals of it. Now, I don't know if I've answered your question or I just confused
Okay,
you.
yeah,
Mr. Dirks wants to
Mr.
comment.
Dirks, please.
If I may clarify even the answer previously given.
Thank you.
Let's assume we didn't pass this bill, but nevertheless, for hypothetical reasons, let's assume this is a state of facts where we actually are able to accomplish the financing. The Attorney General just spoke of the notion that there would be no automatic stay, is what he's saying. There's no stay of the process while the procurement protest is being processed. But unless we change this law, it would be possible for ultimately the court to decide to stop the process. In other words, what we're saying is that there would be no automatic stay because that's the way Guam law is written right now. It allows the administrative and court procedure to be finished and the project to go forward while that's taking place. But ultimately, if the decision of the court went against the procurement, there could be consequences that would interfere with the financing. That's the risk that we have out there.
And that's exactly why you're recommending that we do adopt this.
That's correct.
Language.
That's correct.
Okay, and again, that's why it was a little baffling to me when, it caused a little confusion in my own mind. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dirks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Taitigui. I just want to remind the committee that after this panel is finished, we have members of the committee have asked to have 3 attorneys be a part of the panel. Well, we'll dismiss the panel here, and we'll come before the committee to provide their thoughts on this particular bill here. So I just want to remind that, and we want to get through that tonight. And then we will recess, and we'll come back tomorrow morning at 9, and we will continue our deliberations as a committee of the whole without the panel members, and we will then decide how we want to amend the bill and the actions we want to take on it. Yes.
You're saying that after this panel, there'll be another panel with 3 attorneys to give their perspectives?
Yes, some members have asked, and just to give their thoughts as to basically what their opinion insofar as, the implications of this bill, limiting the remedies, etc. And it's just added information that might be able to help the members in coming to their own conclusions.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. However, because these attorneys may provide counterpoints to what has been given to us, it would seem to me that we should have the opportunity to then, if it raises questions in our mind, then it should seem available to us to come back to these two attorneys. Again, we have a bond counsel who is an attorney, we have the attorney generals, to be able to verify, again, the perspective, or at least to double check to make sure we understand, and then we can make that determination. Because they might present some insights and some information that have not been asked of bond counsel and the attorney general. So again, then we'll be left with a void depending upon the attorneys who are coming up next on what they say. So I would ask, or at least the chair, to consider the possibility of having bond counsel and the attorney general perhaps to be on standby for tomorrow if there are any questions that are raised by the attorney's comments tonight.
Sure, I will be willing to consider that.
Thank you.
Okay. So Senator Tyree,
Just to follow up on that last one, and I do request the same thing as my good colleague here. I think it's only fair that we also consult with them too. But anyways, you know, I heard one explanation when I was talking about this day, and then your explanation. You said that based on this bill, you know, it would, the language needed in here. You have repeal and enact with regards to chapter, Title V of the Guam Code annotated. If there was an amendment and to take, I mean, just to strike out this section and put down something in there that the construction will continue, some type of language that would address any attempt of a stay in the event it was awarded to an particular company, and that even though if there is a protest, that we can continue on with the project and not stop the project, but keep going, even if the courts were to say that. Can there be language put in that? And I'm definitely going to ask our attorneys too as well if it can be put in.
That might achieve GovGuam's objectives, but it would not achieve the investors' objectives by itself. That is to say, the investors want to know not simply that the project will be completed and available for occupancy, but also that they will be paid 10, 20, 30 years from now. And so the investors' objectives are only achieved if the validity of the agreements is not subject to question.
thank you very much. Speaker Wampat, do you have a final?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, because I need to, my time was up and I couldn't continue on with my questioning about Section 30 monies. And I've gone back to Public Law 29-114 to find the language that you're saying. And the only thing that's actually here is the pledge of the Section 30 monies, and then the authorization to enter into long-term leases. And then lines on page 5, lines 23 to 25, is that the lease back may be structured as an annual renewable lease with provision for automatic renewals to the extent that pledged revenues under Section 558A 109 is available, and that's Section 30 monies. And the thing is that the legislature cannot tie the hands of future legislatures in terms of the financing unless it is in terms of a loan like Section 30s where we've committed the government of Guam. So if you're going to say general revenues that we collect, that we're going to commit that, future legislatures may not decide, to do that. And that's, and remember, is that the legislature holds, the purse. The legislature decides how to spend the money, to appropriate the monies and designate how it is to be spent. So although I may say that this is what we want to do without, this binding the government, like pledging Section 30 monies versus pledging then now, general funds. So can you please provide us then, like I said earlier, exactly where is that language so that, I'd like to have that comfort to know then that this is, an obligation in which we're going to pay as authorized by law.
Well, the whole point of the financing structure, not the whole point, but a primary point in the financing structure is that in order to avoid it counting against the debt limit, we are not binding the hands of future legislatures. We are providing that this appropriation may be done on an annual basis. So I would quarrel a little bit with the generalization that we can't bind the hands of future legislatures, because we do it all the time. We enter into general obligation bond financings, which are promises by the government to pay in future years, and future legislatures really have nothing to say about that. That's a continuing appropriation of monies in the general fund to pay general obligation debt. So we do, in very limited circumstances and with very prescribed procedures and limitations, including the debt limit, we do bind the hands of future legislatures. But the way this transaction was structured was not to do so.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you got offered popcorn. That's not fair.
No, I pulled an empty one, and that's why I was laughing. But in all the other financing, of course, is that we've committed certain funds. We've committed Section 30s. We've committed, the liquid fuel taxes. We've committed some fees.
And you have not done so here.
But in this case, then what we're saying is we are making the commitment for Section 30s. And I mean, I'm just telling you what we did pass in Public Law 29-114. You're saying, however, that it's not from Section 30s, that it would now be from just the, general revenues. And I like to have the language, really, I like to be able to see that language. Where is it, are you drawing from to commit the government to this payment?
It's on my computer, but I don't have it with me. I don't have a copy of the
Okay, so then,
Chapter 58A.
Because others have made the request anyway that you and the AG be available tomorrow, then we would be looking forward to having that written.
We can provide that information.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this panel. I would urge, though, the Attorney General's office and bond counsel to maybe just observe and listen in on the discussions of the next panel, so that if there's questions that are raised tomorrow, at least you'll know in what context that those questions were being asked. So thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take a 2-minute recess here so that we can bring forward the next panel, which will be Attorney Michael Berman, Attorney John Brown, and Attorney Randy Cunliffe. Attorney John Brown and Attorney Randy Cunliffe. And what I'm going to do as to who goes first, I'm going to go alphabetically. So that would be Attorney John Brown and then Randy Cunliffe. And I'm going to allow each of the panelists 10 minutes to share their thoughts with members of the committee. And then following that round, I'll go ahead and I'll open it up. That should be able to stimulate some questions from the committee members. And we'll go ahead and we'll open up to the committee members for questions that they may have. I also want to say that the Attorney General, of course, is still in the public hearing room listening, and bond counsel. And tomorrow, one of the committee members has asked that they make themselves available in case they have questions about points that you may have raised that may be contrary to some of the points that they've been making. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor to Attorney John Brown. So please, you got 10 minutes. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Red light. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, senators. I'm Attorney John Thomas Brown. I've been general counsel for Jones and Guerrero for about 28 years. I'm not in private practice. I don't have any cocks in this fight. I don't represent any of the parties. I have not engaged in this at all. J&G has no interest in this, and I'm not speaking on behalf of J&G. I'm speaking on my own behalf. The very good Attorney General, Mr. Weisenberger, gave me a challenge about a year ago when we were discussing some procurement issues, when I said I just would like to get everybody on the same page on Guam as to what the procurement law actually is. And he said, good luck. And with that, I was launched on a quest, which has so far resulted in Guam's first and only comprehensive legal analysis of the Guam procurement law. It's the Guam Procurement Process Primer. I've given it out free. It's online. I know that it's being used at UOG, in the AG's office, at OPA, and in private offices, law offices around Guam and elsewhere. So I have some working knowledge of the procurement law, and I have a very strong interest in promoting the integrity of the procurement law. Without integrity, it's useless. We need enforcement, we need knowledgeable people, we need all of that. But if the procurement law has no integrity, there'll be no confidence in it, and no confidence in it, the people won't support it, and it's just a lot of paper. That said, this legislation before you is, in my opinion, very undermining of the confidence and integrity of the procurement system. And it needn't be. There are other ways to achieve what I think is trying to be achieved, from listening particularly to the Bond Council, and from looking quickly at, as we all looked quickly at the legislation that was presented. My fear is, again, as I said, the confidence and integrity, that this provision coming at this very, very late date, when presumably this issue was apparent when the RFP was first put out. It should have been apparent when they first approached the bond market, as was testified last year, and its late arrival, coupled with some of the comments that it's being caused because of the timing of the procurement process, just gives the impression that we're trying to hide something. And that I don't think is the case. I don't think that there is anything that's going to be unearthed that is going to be earth-shattering or wrong, improper or otherwise. But it's not what's there, it's the impression that you create that it constitutes confidence and integrity. The other thing is what this tells the population at large, because they're not going to read these little sections and all this stuff like we're doing. They're going to say Guam is incapable of running a procurement to the end without going back to the legislature and having its hand held on every little feature of the contract. We've seen a lot of ad hoc, knee-jerk reactions to procurement issues with poorly conceived and hastily passed or attempted to be passed, brought forward ideas genuine, ham-fisted. And the procurement law, as robust as it is so interrelated and so technical that it is very, very simple to make a common sense change which has disastrous effects on the whole system, and it needs to be thought out. The quicker something is done, the more likely it is you're going to stuff it up somewhere else. I say that what I perceive to be the practical problem here, which was mentioned by Bond Council, they said that the same result could be achieved if the procurement process was brought forward, so that the timing of the running of the time in which to bring a proposal was triggered sooner. That met some resistance for reasons he didn't want to go into, didn't know, didn't speculate on in the AG's office. As you know, a protest has to be brought within 14 days of the time that an aggrieved party knows or should have known of the facts. why it was agreed. We got 14 days to do it. After that, it's over. So we're dealing with a very short window of actionable rights. Needless to say, most of everything that we know about this bid is well past 14 days. No protest can now be brought on anything that was disclosed in the course of this whole procurement. What's left? What's left is in the proposal of the selected offeror. Because the procurement law says when you use an RFP, which was a selected format for an RFP, generally cannot be used for this kind of project. Only by special legislation, which was done, allows an RFP to be used for this kind of a project. In the RFP law, proposals cannot be disclosed until after an award has been made. Now, that can be changed. We're making other changes to this. That provision for this particular procurement can be changed such that it will not undermine the integrity of the confidence of the procurement system. It will enhance it. It's well known who the selectee is. The law could provide in an RFP of this nature, of this particular RFP, that you make a declaration of intent to award. You don't award, you just declare an intent to award. For all practical purposes, that's been done. So just make it a formal matter. And require that when the intent to award has been granted, published, issued, the only thing that's left undisclosed so far gets disclosed. You disclose the proposal of the offeror, the selected offeror. That opens the very last door to, and if it's not behind that door, and nobody speaks up in 14 days, you're clear to run. And as I understood what the bond counsel was saying, after 14 days, he can basically give a clearance sufficient to have an unqualified opinion. That's what he's wanting here. He's wanting that 14-day period. We can give him that period by shining light on something rather than giving the appearance that we're putting it under the rug. And I think that that ought to be done. You shouldn't try to solve a problem by making another problem or by creating a worse problem than you're solving. And I think that a little bit of conversation about doing that will go a long way to solving the problems of integrity and confidence that I think that this bill raises. There's a lot of other things that have been said today and in the process of this whole solicitation that can be commented upon. I can talk to you about the automatic stay, and the bond counsel was correct in noting that the automatic stay is only a particular kind of stay. It's not the only injunction that's available under the law. There's nothing to prevent another injunction from coming out. It just, this law only stops the automatic stay. Well, that's not enough. And so if it's not enough, why do it? Why go down this path of making a special legislation? The very fact of this legislation, frankly, opens up a big can of worms and is a cause itself for protest. The Attorney General testified, this is not a minor change, this is a major change. Well, what a change of what? A change of the legislation. The legislation is part of the proposal, is part of the solicitation. It is the terms of the solicitation. Anytime you have a major change to a solicitation, you've got to rebid it. You can make minor changes, but a major change requires a new solicitation. It opens the door not just to the current bidders, but what it does do is it raises the possibility that there's another bidder who hasn't even been heard from right now that has kept out of the bid, would be enticed back into the bid in light of this possible change of legislation. So, I mean, there are just so many things that are problematic with this, and there are some reasonable solutions that I would hate to see us rush to another bad judgment. Let's not jump to confusion.
Thank you
That's
very much.
basically why I'm here.
Thank you very much, Attorney Brown. Attorney Cunliffe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senators. Good evening. I was asked to be here, I think because, as you may know, I represented one of the protesters in the proceedings before the OPA and the court. I no longer am representing that company in these matters. So I'm just here because I was asked to be here to try to give some background and some thoughts with regard to the matter. The situation was that, as anything on Guam, rumors fly around and information gets passed around and you hear certain things. And my client at the time felt that there was something wrong with the bidding process and how it had gone forward and how it had been graded, and wanted to see what that process was. And it turns out that through those rumors we had heard that IBC had said that they would get AAA bonds for Guam. Well, nobody's ever gotten AAA bonds on Guam. And if you get AAA bonds, you get a certain interest rate, and the cost of your project is pegged at that interest rate. Well, when we saw the documents that came out, they'd gotten B rating bonds. And the interest rate was obviously a lot higher than they would have thought. And so when they bid based upon AAA bonds, we presumed that their bids were not a reasonable and honest bid, because they should have known that they couldn't get AAA bonds, and therefore their bid was underpriced. And in an RFP, as Mr. Brown has indicated, once you're selected as the highest bidder, you now negotiate. And you can negotiate whatever you want. You can bid $20 and then end up with a $10,000 project because you're allowed to negotiate it. And so from the information based upon the two various proceedings that took place, the two protests, and the information that's now out, the amount offered by IBC now is the highest amount to build JFK of all three bidders. So the question is, why is the government going to give them the project when it's going to cost the people of Guam more money? And so we were trying to find that out, and as Mr. Brown indicated earlier, you can't see the packages until after the award is made. Well, once the award is made, then you've got a real problem in the situation, because they've already packaged all of the financing. And so the bid was filed, the protests were filed before that packaging came to play, and we were hoping that we could get the court or the OPA to rule that we were entitled to review those processes. The OPA's decision, and you should read it, it's a long decision, but it's very critical of this whole process that went through, and this request for proposal process. It was critical of the people who did the grading as to who was the highest bidder, who was the highest proposer, the second proposer, and the third proposer. It was critical of a number of things, and I hope maybe Mr. Dirks can answer this question, because the OPA is not done with this case. The OPA has directed that once they go into New York and they find out what they're going to be able to sell these certificates of participation for, they have to go back and review the three packages to see if this is still the best proposal, because they don't know what the interest rate's going to be. So if it's $69 million now, it could be $75 million when they get to New York based upon the interest rate. And then they have to put that as part of the procurement record, and she's going to review it. And she's going to, if they determine that it's the best, it's still the best proposal, she's then going to decide whether they are correct or not. So, I mean, I don't know that how they can give an opinion based upon those facts at this point, because the OPA, my understanding from her decision, isn't done with her determination of whether or not this is the best proposal or not, because it hasn't been finalized. And so the situation at this point is in question. Now, the other thing, it seems to me from what the bond counsel said, is that if they can't have this legislation, then IBC can't raise the money. Then under the proposal that has been put out, IBC does not qualify because they can't get the financing. And once they know that, once the government knows that IBC can't get the financing based upon what's in place right now, it's their obligation to negotiate with the second bidder. And they should be doing that right now rather than coming in here because, I mean, I would presume that somebody's going to come in and say, hey, you can't negotiate with them anymore because they don't qualify under the legislation that was in place at the time you offered this RFP. They're saying they can't raise the money at the bond market. So now go to the second bidder and see whether they qualify and do the project. And if they can't, then they should go to the third. And if they can't, then they're going to have to go out for a new proposal. And as Mr. Brown said, I think it's just opening this up to much more litigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Cunliffe. Are there any questions? Okay, Speaker Wampat, Senator Taidigui, Senator Palacios,
Thank
Senator
you very much,
Muñoz-Barnes.
Mr. Chairman. Me, right, there's a lot of other questions, but right now I want to get on the last statement that you basically made is that, you know, this is problematic, but then at the same time there are reasonable solutions. Can you tell us what the reasonable solution is to this problem?
Well, what I was trying to say is let's search for reasonable solutions first. From what I understand the problem to be, the problem is that we don't know what's out there. That once the award is made, that you have 14 days of sleepless nights trying to wait to see if a protest arises. And meanwhile, you've got an awarded party and they can't go get any financing. What I'm saying is before you award the contract, you issue a notice of intent to award. At the time of the notice of intent, you disclose everything in the procurement record, which is already disclosed except for the contents of the selectee's offer. So you disclose that. Now, if there's something in that offer that is protestable, you're going to have to deal with the protest. But why shouldn't you? Because if it's protestable, then it's questionable. If it's questionable, it's going to come out sooner or later anyway, and if you guys pass this law and hide it, people are going to claim that you're ones who are trying to shovel under the rug. Bright light kills bacteria. Bringing light to bear on this will solve the problem as to whether there is a protest and give you what you need to know to deal with that protest. As has been handled very clearly, the government has handled this case, as Mr. Weisenberger said, not in the best, but in an effective way. It's passed muster all the way along. We shouldn't run from our shadow. You know, we should have confidence in our people to handle a protest if it comes up. What are you afraid of? Disclose the thing, let the 2 weeks run, award the contract, assuming no protest has been brought up.
Now, you stated that, and it was actually stated as well by bond counsel, is that there would be this automatic stay. However, there's nothing, of course, in the law that would prevent, you know, an injunction. So, by passing this, you've also indicated then that this will be cause for greater protest or more protests, whether it's from, would it be only from the other two bidders? Could it be anybody else that may be able to do this?
Well, as I said, we can speculate all day long, but it is conceivable that this being a major change, will rouse the interest of another prospective offeror who did not engage in this bidding before because maybe they had full financing and didn't need this. Maybe they weren't here and just didn't hear it, and they want to get involved now. When you have a major change of a bid specifications, bid procedures, that requires a new solicitation. And that's all I'm saying. Anybody who is a prospective bidder for this project, if they didn't bid the first time around and thought, should have, gives them an opportunity to come in. If there's somebody out there, I don't know. But we're speculating, but we're also speculating that there's going to be a protest. I mean, that's why you won't give an unqualified opinion. We're speculating on a lot of unknowns. Let's try to corral the time frame in which those unknowns can hurt us and deal with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad that you said that because I didn't even think about it earlier. Because when we had asked that to possibly consider an amendment that whoever the contractor is, and if they really feel very confident that everything is up and in order, that they for an amendment to say that then whoever the contractor is will indemnify the government. And the response was that no, because that was not part of the RFP. So that in itself would be then now a major change. But now, as Sinadine Katz says earlier, where then they had indicated, whoever it is, the AG himself, who had indicated that this is a major change as well, the recommendation in this legislation, but yet it did not warrant a new solicitation. Do you understand? I mean,
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't. You're right. But
yeah.
but I'm just thinking now because you said that because what was in the RFP, then we couldn't very well go in now and try to change it. But yet we are actually now, in essence, making a change then, to the proposal.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Tailevi?
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for being here and sharing your insight on this. The question I have was, I know there was rumors, Randy, that was said earlier about the media saying certain things and coming out. But in the respondents, all three respondents, in the RFP, I believe there was a multiple lease commitment in there, like a back lease in the RFP. Do you know if the company that you had represented had that in their RFP, the respondents in their submission of their proposal?
Yeah, there was a leaseback provision and all. I mean, that was a requirement. If you didn't have a leaseback provision, then you didn't qualify.
Thank you for clarifying that because, and the same for the other company as well, right? Okay, because the media did bring that up, that one of these companies did not have that in their submission. So I just wanted to clarify that. The second thing I have is, if IBC can't seem to get a bond, go out there on the bond market, and of course, we heard from Gita that we need this legislation in order for them to get it. And you're saying otherwise, if they can't get it, we go to the next person. Well, what's the difference from the investors out in the States looking at IBC and not giving it to them, and then looking at the other company and saying, yeah, we'll give it to them?
Well, I don't know about GEFF. I don't know what their I don't know what their proposal was, but GCIF was getting a loan from the Department of Agriculture, a low-interest loan for a nonprofit corporation. They weren't going to the bond market for their money.
So there are other avenues out there.
And I know that when we discussed the matter with Department of Agriculture people, they said that after the RFP had been graded and I guess they said they were going to negotiate with IBC, then IBC went to them to try to get a loan, but they didn't qualify. They weren't a nonprofit. you have to be a nonprofit to get these low-interest loans.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Tyree. Senator Munya Barnes?
I guess I'm still trying to absorb, thank you, Mr. Chair, I'm still trying to absorb all the information received today, and Mr. Brown, you bring a lot of light when you talk about perception and what is perceived to be out there, and as far as sweeping things under the rug. And when the bill was first given to us to look at and repealing Title V, we were taken aback. And you know, you have a lot of questions that go through your mind. We work the RFP process, and I know that based on legislation, things can be changed or amended. I mean, at any time, a law needs to be changed because it doesn't fit. We, as a policy-making body, can always make that change. I'm just finding it difficult, and it's hard to stomach why the intent of this legislation today is gravely needed. Senator Cunliffe, you brought up the point about the process of the three bidders that were probabilities on getting this award or this moving forward with this project, and the statement says if Team A or does not qualify or doesn't meet the demands then you go to the next company, and if that doesn't meet the guidelines, you go to the third. And then if none of those three qualify or meet the demands of what's needed in that RFP process, you start all over again, am I right? Wouldn't that be the safest avenue to take?
Who you directing your question to?
I mean, as a general comment and as a statement, if there's any, do you share that same sentiment based on the statement I just said?
Well, I didn't really actually get the question out of your statement, but making up a question for you, what is the process in dealing with offers in an RFP? They've been ranked. They've all been acceptable.
Right.
They've been ranked first, second. They call it the
ABC.
most best preferred, and then most best offer. Okay. And I don't know what the requirements for the financing in here. The bond council said that the legislation required that it be municipal free bonding or AAA bonding. I'm not sure what that requirement was. I'm not aware of that. As I said, I'm not a party to this solicitation, but assuming that there isn't any specific requirement like that, it just says you got to provide financing of some sort or other, and then the legislature comes along and says, well, we've got to change this so that you can get a particular kind of, allows one bidder to get a particular kind of financing that he couldn't have gotten without that change in legislation. That tells me two things. First of all, you're being very unfair and you're breaking the rules of the game. And secondly, if the person can't qualify to get it in the first place, then they should not have been qualified as an offeror, and you should then, and this happens, you negotiate terms until you realize you're initially selected and then you're not. And so you become deselected. And then you go down the rank to the next guy, and you should go through the ranks. And once you exhausted your ranks, then you have to decide whether you've got to resolicit or whatever. But yeah, it's an ongoing process. It evolves. You don't pick one guy and fixate on that and change everything to make that person get it. And I don't think that was done here, but that's what the result is beginning to look like.
Well, yeah, I think that the process, as you put it, the RFP allows negotiation. And if DPW doesn't think that what they're being offered by the number one preferred offer is going to work, then they're authorized to go to number two. If they don't think that can work, they're authorized to go to number three. But under the proposal, I know my clients at the time believed that it said financing is 70% of the value of this project. So they took their people with them that were gonna give them the loan to the meeting. And that's why we were shocked when 9 months later or 10 months later, they were just coming out and saying, well, we're gonna get, you know, IBC is gonna get bonding. We thought they had to have the bonding in place or when they made their bid, not find it a year later. And we had ours in place. We bought, you know, they bought the people from the Department of Agriculture to the meeting with them to say, yes, we're gonna give these guys a loan. And so, you know, that was the meshing. But if, it seems to me, if they're saying now that under the rules that exist today, IBC can't come up with the money, then they're not a qualified bidder anymore. They're not their proposal is no longer qualified, and they should start negotiating with the number 2 person to see if they've got the ability to fund the project.
Thank you.
Senator Palacios?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to pin this down. I think there's only one issue here as far as I'm concerned, and that is the condition for financing. I think that is one of the conditions in the RFP, is that the bidder would have the ability to secure financing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then, of course, what then is shown is that one of the bidders may not necessarily have that ability because one of the bidders is relying on the bond financing. And I want to ask you then, and there are 3 bidders of the JFK.
There were.
There were 3 bidders. This bill will favor one bidder.
Well, as I indicated.
Because the other 2 bidders, at least the one bidder, the second choice, is able to provide financing, not through the bonds, but through other means. So that bidder satisfied the condition, all of the conditions in the RFP. And so this bill now proposes to alter the conditions of the rules of the game, so to speak, when the game is already started. Isn't that what this is all about then? Wouldn't that be the result, Mr. Brown? Is that this bill will substantially alter a condition or part of a condition of the RFP when the RFP is already issued and people have already submitted their bid, their proposals?
Well, you know more about the specifics than I do. I don't know that there are people, I don't know that the offers provided various kinds of financing mechanisms, and I don't know what the language of the statute that set up the RFP in the first place said about financing, whether it required a specific form of financing or not. But if all things being equal, being that there is no such requirement and that there were various kinds of financing proposals, any change that enabled one offeror to obtain financing would be a change of the rules of the game to benefit that one person, would be unfair, and it would be improper. Yes.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're not changing the part of the conditions. We're not altering it to advantage, you know, one of the bidders, or at the expense of the other. And I just want to make sure that we're not part of that, because I don't want to be part of that to cause. Well, I will continue to listen because it's beginning to become more and more clear. This is a complex, and you have, of course, enlightened us already, and I have questions tomorrow morning for DPW director with respect to qualifications of the bidders, you know, in accordance with the terms and conditions in the bid. And maybe if you can provide us with further information so that we can ask for clarification tomorrow morning from bond counsel and from DPW director. That's what we would like. I would like to hear tonight from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Senator Spaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there are a lot of questions that I don't even know what to ask yet. I mean, but I know that they need to be asked. And I might have to sleep on it tonight, you know, to really figure out, because this really adds a lot of complexity to the various issues that was discussed previously. But to Mr. Brown, if you don't mind, you did say that there are other ways to achieve the objective we're seeking here. And one was to basically have a declaration of intent to award. And part of that would then be to perhaps mandate the disclosure of the proposal of the offeror, at least the first-ranked offeror at this point in time. So far, so good?
So far, so good.
Okay. Now, however, during the discussion today, bond counsel says, well, we really can't do any of that until, only because of the nature of the legislation that enabled this RFP to go forward, we really can't do that until financing is secured. So in other words, I guess the question is your proposal in conformity with what the bond counsel has represented to us?
Well, I think they can be merged if they're made to conform, but I'm not sure. I wasn't invited to take part in any discussions about the drafting of this legislation. I've never spoken to the bond counsel about the issues that he has. I've been impressed with his presentation today and edified by it, but I still kept hearing the same statement that what's holding him back from giving an unqualified opinion is this 14-day period that is full of boogeymen.
The threat of the protest.
Right.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is, unless there's something more complicated than that, this proposal would solve that problem. And it's a prospective kind of proposal. It's what we're going to do in the future. It doesn't affect the position of the parties in terms of their financing or anything like that. It doesn't change the game in any way that would require a new solicitation. It just changes the procedures by which you go forward, not by what you did before, not by what you required before.
I appreciate that, Mr. Brown. I really, really do. And we're going to have to consider what you just said. So you're saying that even that proposal in itself does not constitute a major change?
In my opinion, it would not constitute a major change. It wouldn't be prejudicial. It doesn't affect the standing of the criteria by which you rank the people. So I wouldn't think so.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have many questions in my head, but I'm not really sure I can spit them out at this point in time. So I will just go ahead and relinquish the microphone at this time, hoping that these two gentlemen might be around even tomorrow, because we are getting to that late hours. We've been here since this morning, and again, with a lot of information in our minds. Again, just to be able to formulate the questions might take at least a little bit of rest, maybe even dinner, and then come back tomorrow to be able to say, hey, I have a clearer head now. Maybe we have some more intelligent questions to ask of this gentleman as well as the panel before.
I agree, and with that, unless there's Speaker Wampat.
Just one information here, I think that's important to provide. Again, going back to Public Law 29-114, on page 7, section 58A 108. And it says use of tax-exempt bonds for financing. That to minimize the financing cost to the education agency, financing utilized by the contractor to fund the design and construction of an education facility shall be through a tax-exempt obligations or other financial instruments, provided such financing is available at interest rates determined by the education agency to be reasonable and competitive. And
So, Senator, would I understand it, would you agree that that is not strictly the tax-free bonding? It includes other financing that would be reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. That's pretty broad-based.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the two individuals on the panel. We're going to take a recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. This committee of the whole is now recessed.